I was 29 years old when I decided I needed a break from everything. It was the summer of 2019, and I was living in a crowded apartment complex outside of Phoenix, Arizona. Between work, noise, traffic, and the constant buzz of people, I felt like my head was going to explode. I didn't have a lot of money, but I figured I could swing a few days away if I didn't go too far or spend too much. A friend of mine from college, who had moved to Montana years earlier, told me once about a small, old cabin he and his brother used to rent for hunting trips. It was deep in the mountains outside a tiny town called Redvale. It wasn't a fancy place, no running water, no electricity, no phone service, but it was cheap. He said it sat right on the edge of a huge stretch of wilderness, and usually nobody was anywhere nearby for miles. That sounded perfect to me. After a few calls and some back and forth emailing with the old man who owned it, I booked it for 4 days. I packed a bunch of canned food, a couple gallons of water, a sleeping bag, a propane lantern, a flashlight, and some extra batteries. I loaded everything into my old Honda Civic, filled up the tank, and hit the road early on a Wednesday morning. Took me about 13 hours to get there. The last 2 hours were the hardest. After I passed through Redvale, the paved road turned into a cracked gravel path, winding up into the woods. Trees pressed in from both sides, and I had to drive slow to avoid tearing up my tires. The deeper I went, the worse the road got. At some points, it was little more than 2 narrow ruts in the dirt. By the time I pulled up in front of the cabin, it was almost dark. The sun was a blood-red smear through the trees, and the air was cool and damp, heavy with the smell of pine and wet dirt. The cabin was even smaller than I expected. It looked like something out of a 100-year-old photograph. Gray, weathered boards, a slanted tin roof streaked with rust, a single cracked window next to the door. There was a tiny porch with a sagging step and a rickety-looking chair. I killed the engine and sat there for a second, just listening. It was so quiet it almost hurt. No cars, no people, no buzzing phones or humming air conditioners. Just the faint creak of the trees in the wind, and somewhere far off, the distant call of a bird. I got out, stretched my legs, and grabbed my bag from the trunk. The key had been mailed to me ahead of time, wrapped in a piece of notebook paper with a hand-drawn map. I unlocked the door and pushed it open. The hinges screamed in protest. Inside, it was one room. Against the far wall was a metal-framed bed with a thin mattress. There was a wooden table and 2 mismatched chairs in the center, and an old wood stove in one corner. A stack of chopped wood leaned against the wall nearby. A shelf held a few cracked plates and mugs, and a rusty sink was tucked in the other corner with a hand pump beside it. I set my stuff down and walked around, checking everything. There were no signs of mice or bugs, which surprised me. It was dusty, but not filthy. It smelled like dry wood and old smoke. I lit the propane lantern and set it on the table. Its soft yellow light filled the little room, making the shadows on the walls dance. That first night, I didn't do much. I made a small fire in the stove to chase off the chill, heated up a can of soup, and sat outside for a while on the porch, wrapped in my jacket, watching the stars come out. Out here, they looked close enough to touch, millions of them scattered across the black sky. I could hear the wind moving through the trees, and once or twice I thought I caught the sound of something bigger. A crack of branches, maybe, but I figured it was deer or something. When I finally went inside and climbed into my sleeping bag, I felt more relaxed than I had in months. It took me a long time to fall asleep, just because it was so quiet. But eventually, I drifted off. I woke up once, a few hours later. The fire in the stove had gone out, and the room was pitch black. I lay there for a minute, trying to figure out what had woken me up. I didn't hear anything. I didn't see anything. I figured it was just unfamiliarity. I rolled over and went back to sleep. The next day, I spent the morning exploring a little. I hiked a short trail behind the cabin that led down to a shallow stream. The water was cold and clear, and the rocks at the bottom looked sharp enough to cut skin. I sat there for a while, tossing pebbles into the water, just enjoying the peace. That afternoon, clouds started rolling in. By evening, the sky was dark and heavy, and the first raindrops started falling. I made a quick dinner and settled in for the night. The rain came down hard, drumming on the tin roof, and the wind made the whole cabin creak and groan. I was just starting to doze off when I heard something. It wasn't the rain. It was a sharp, snapping sound, like a branch breaking. Then another. Then something heavier, footsteps, crunching slowly through the wet underbrush. I froze. My heart was pounding so hard I could hear it in my ears. I stayed completely still, straining to listen. The footsteps moved closer, slow and steady. There were no windows in the door, and the one window next to it was so grimy I couldn't see much. I edged over and peeked out through a crack in the boards. At first, I didn't see anything. Then, a shape moved just at the edge of the trees. It was too dark and rainy to make out much, but it was big, bigger than a person. I thought maybe it was a bear. I backed away from the window, moving slowly so I wouldn't make any noise. The footsteps came closer. I heard them on the porch, the creak of the old boards under weight. I held my breath. There was a pause. Then the doorknob rattled. Something was trying to open the door. I grabbed the heavy cast iron frying pan from the stove, the only weapon I had, and stood there, heart hammering, waiting. After a minute, the rattling stopped. I heard the footsteps move away, slow and dragging, back off the porch and into the woods. I stood there for a long time, pan raised, listening. The rain masked a lot of sounds, but eventually, I couldn't hear anything but the storm. I didn't sleep the rest of the night. I just sat there, watching the door, jumping at every creak and thump of the wind. The next morning, the rain had stopped. Everything outside was wet and shining in the pale gray light. I went outside cautiously, looking around. There were footprints in the mud. They weren't animal prints. They were human, bare feet. The prints were huge, much bigger than mine. They led from the trees to the porch, then back out into the woods. I stood there for a long time, staring at them. The air felt heavy and wrong, like the whole forest was holding its breath. I didn't know what to do. Part of me wanted to leave right then and there, but it was a long drive back down that broken road, and the cabin at least had a door I could lock. I decided to stay. I told myself maybe it had been some crazy hermit or something passing through. Maybe they were just curious. Maybe they were gone now. I spent the day gathering wood, checking my supplies, making sure I had enough food and water. I didn't go far from the cabin. I kept looking over my shoulder, feeling like something was watching me. That night, I barricaded the door with the table and chairs. I kept the lantern burning low. I kept the frying pan close. The night was quiet, too quiet. No wind, no rain, no animal sounds. Nothing. Just before dawn, I heard it again. Footsteps, soft and slow, circling the cabin. Something brushed against the wall. A dragging sound. I didn't move. I barely breathed. Eventually, the footsteps faded away. When the sun finally rose, I went outside. More footprints, circling the cabin, dragging marks on the wall, like fingernails or something being scraped along the boards. I decided then I was leaving. I didn't care if it ruined the trip or if it cost me gas money I didn't really have. I packed up in record time. I kept the frying pan in my hand the whole time. As I loaded my stuff into the car, I kept looking at the trees. It felt like eyes were on me, like something was just out of sight, watching. I got in the car, locked the doors, and started the engine. As I backed down the narrow path, I saw something in the rearview mirror. Just for a second, a tall figure, standing at the edge of the woods, watching me go. I didn't stop. I didn't look back again. I drove like hell, tires slipping and bouncing over the ruts, branches clawing at the sides of the car. It wasn't until I hit the main road, an hour later, that I let myself breathe again. I didn't stop until I was 3 towns away. I found a cheap motel, checked in, and locked the door behind me. I stayed up all night, too wired to sleep, thinking about those footprints, those slow, dragging footsteps, that tall figure watching me leave. I never went back to Redvale. I never rented another cabin in the woods. Sometimes, even now, years later, when I'm lying in bed late at night, I'll hear a creak outside the window, a thump on the porch, and my heart will start racing. And even though I live in the middle of a city now, miles from the nearest woods, part of me still wonders if that thing ever really stayed behind, or if it's still out there, waiting. I was 32 years old the year I decided to finally take a break from everything. I had been working nonstop since college, first at a law firm, then in marketing, then in freelance copywriting. Somewhere along the way, I forgot how to slow down. My phone was always going off, I always had tabs open, always another deadline or email to answer. I hadn't taken a real vacation in over 4 years. My body didn't sleep right anymore. My heart would race for no reason. I'd lie awake at night, feeling like I was forgetting something important. So, in the fall of 2019, I told my clients I was disappearing for a while and drove upstate to a cabin I rented through a guy I found on a forum for reclusive writers. The place was cheap, isolated, and didn't have Wi-Fi. That was the point. I wanted to work on a book I had been thinking about writing for over a decade, something personal and quiet, something that had nothing to do with money or deadlines or selling anyone anything. The cabin was in the Adirondacks, a couple hours north of Lake George, right outside a town called Willsboro. It was about a mile from the main road, tucked back in thick woods on a small, unmarked trail. You couldn't see it from the road. You had to drive up a narrow dirt path, past trees that looked like they had grown there untouched for 100 years. I remember thinking, as I pulled up in my car and saw the small wooden place for the first time, that it felt like I was stepping into another time. The roof was slanted and dark, the wood stained deep brown. There was a chimney and a small porch and a firewood pile that looked half-rotted. The place didn't look welcoming exactly, but it looked quiet, and that was all I wanted. I got there on a Tuesday afternoon, right as it was starting to drizzle. I remember unloading my stuff from the car quickly, not wanting to get my laptop bag wet. I brought just what I needed: food for 2 weeks, a water jug, canned goods, protein bars, a camp stove, a sleeping bag, and my writing gear. The cabin had electricity but no running water. There was a compost toilet out back and a small fireplace inside, along with a bed and a desk. The windows were covered in thick curtains that didn't let in much light, which made the place feel smaller than it actually was. But again, that's what I wanted. I wasn't looking for a cozy getaway. I wanted silence, distance, and space to think. The first few days were quiet in the way I had hoped. I sat at the desk every morning, listening to birds and the occasional crack of branches in the wind, and I wrote. I didn't write anything good, but I wrote a lot, and that was something I hadn't done in years. I would take breaks and walk along the trail that led away from the cabin, following deer tracks through the trees or just sitting with my back against a stump, breathing in the cold, piney air. I'd sleep early, usually not long after dark, and wake up around 6. It was cold at night, even in early October, but I had layered sleeping bags and enough blankets to manage. It wasn't until the 5th day that I started noticing small things. At first, I didn't think anything of it. I'd go outside and find a piece of chopped wood sitting in a different place than where I left it. Once I saw an empty can from my food stash sitting outside on the ground. Even though I was sure I had thrown it in the bag with the rest of the garbage I was collecting to take back when I left. Another time, I came back from a walk and found the door cracked open. I thought maybe I hadn't shut it properly, though I remembered clearly locking it. It didn't latch easily, so I told myself I had just rushed out too fast and didn't double-check it. But the 6th night, something happened that I couldn't explain away. I was lying in bed, not quite asleep, when I heard footsteps on the porch. Real, steady footsteps. It was close to midnight, dead silent except for the wind, and I heard the wood creak under someone's weight right outside the cabin. I didn't move. My body locked up like I was paralyzed. I didn't have a weapon, no phone service, and the nearest neighbor was probably miles away. The steps moved slowly across the boards, stopped, then moved again. Then I heard the soft sound of the doorknob turning. Not just rattling, turning like someone trying it gently. I held my breath. The lock held. Whoever was out there didn't push it. After about a minute, I heard the footsteps move away. I lay there frozen for what felt like another hour, listening, not even blinking. Eventually, I heard nothing but the wind again. I didn't sleep the rest of the night. When daylight finally came, I opened the door and looked around. Nothing was out of place. No footprints on the ground. No sign of anyone. I told myself it was an animal, maybe a bear. Maybe it stepped on the porch by chance. Maybe the knob turned because of wind and my imagination. But I didn't believe that. Not really. That morning, I took inventory of everything in the cabin. I checked my food, checked my gear. Everything looked untouched, but something still felt wrong. I started locking the door with a chair jammed under the handle. I carried a hatchet from the wood pile with me everywhere, even inside. I stopped walking on the trails. I stayed inside after dark. I tried to keep writing, but my hands shook on the keyboard. I couldn't focus. I kept glancing at the windows. I kept checking behind me. 3 days later, I found something behind the cabin. It was early morning. I had just stepped out to use the compost toilet when I saw it. A pile of bones in the dirt a few feet from the shed. At first I thought they were from a deer, but as I got closer, I saw they were smaller. Too small. The ribs were thin and close together, the skull round and smooth, with empty sockets. A raccoon, maybe, or a dog. But it wasn't just bones. They were arranged, set in a kind of circle, like someone had placed them that way intentionally. There were bits of string and what looked like strips of cloth tied around the leg bones. The skull had been propped up on a stick, facing the cabin. I stared at it for a long time. I didn't know what I was looking at, but I knew it wasn't normal. I kicked it all apart, scattered the bones into the woods, and went back inside. I packed half my things, convinced I was going to leave that day. But when I got in my car and started driving down the trail, the engine stalled less than 100 feet from the cabin. It just stopped. No noise, no warning. I tried the ignition again, but it just clicked. The battery was fine, lights still came on, but the engine wouldn't turn over. I opened the hood, but I don't know much about engines. Everything looked intact. Nothing was smoking or leaking. I went back inside and tried to calm myself. I told myself I would wait until morning and hike the mile to the road. From there, I could walk to town or flag someone down. I had food, water, and a roof. I would be fine. That night, I didn't sleep at all. Around 2 in the morning, I heard something outside again. This time, it wasn't footsteps. It was whispering. Not words, just the soft, broken sound of a voice, low and ragged, drifting through the trees. It was faint, but it was close. I turned off all the lights and lay in the dark, holding the hatchet, waiting. The whispering continued for what felt like hours. Sometimes it would stop, then start again closer to the cabin. I never saw anyone through the windows. I never saw a flashlight, just the whispering, just that awful low hiss that crawled into my ears and stayed there. By morning, it was gone. But when I opened the door, I saw something on the porch. It was one of my protein bar wrappers. I hadn't eaten that flavor since the first day. It was folded in half and pinned to the wood with a long nail, one I hadn't seen before. I looked around the trees into the woods, but saw nothing. I hiked to the road that morning, just like I planned. Took longer than I expected. I kept stopping to look over my shoulder. The woods were too quiet. When I finally reached the road, I waited almost 30 minutes before a car passed. I flagged them down and got a ride into town. I told them I had engine trouble. I didn't say anything else. They dropped me at a mechanic's shop in Willsboro. The guy there said he could tow my car but couldn't get to it until the next morning. I booked a cheap motel in town and didn't sleep much there either. The next day, they towed my car back to the shop. The mechanic said the fuel line had been cut. Not torn, cut. Clean, straight, like someone had taken a knife to it. He asked me if someone might have had a reason to mess with it. I just shook my head. I went back to the cabin once to get the rest of my stuff. It was daylight, and I brought a guy from the shop with me. He waited in the car while I went in and grabbed my bags. Everything was where I left it, but something smelled off. Not rot, just old and stale and sour, like something that had been shut up too long. I didn't stay longer than 10 minutes. I never went back. I didn't tell anyone the full story for a long time. Not because I was afraid they wouldn't believe me, but because I didn't understand it myself. There was nothing supernatural about what happened. No ghosts, no curses, just some person, living out there in the woods watching me, waiting. Someone who didn't want me there. Someone who had probably been living near that cabin long before I got there. Maybe even inside it when it was empty. Maybe they still live out there. The cabin's listing is gone now. I checked the site a few months ago. I was 34 when I took a long break from work and decided to spend a month alone in a rented cabin in rural Montana. I had been living in Sacramento for nearly a decade, working long hours in commercial roofing, and by the middle of 2017, I felt worn down. My back hurt constantly, I wasn't sleeping well, and I was feeling like I was just dragging myself through each day. My doctor told me I needed to slow down, maybe take a vacation. I didn't want to go to a beach or some tourist place full of people. I wanted quiet, space, and something that felt like it was out of reach from the world. I found the cabin on a listing website for private rentals. It was small, made of old wood with a green tin roof, and tucked deep in the mountains near the Montana-Idaho border. The nearest town was about 30 minutes away, and the roads up to the property were mostly dirt and gravel. The photos showed dense trees all around it, a little fire pit out back, a small porch, and a view of the hills. It wasn't fancy, but it was exactly what I was looking for. Isolated, quiet, and simple. I rented it for 4 weeks, starting the last week of September and going through most of October. The owner was an older man named Harold, probably in his late 60s. He lived down in Missoula and said he used the cabin a few times a year during hunting season but otherwise kept it closed up. He seemed like a normal guy, just wanted someone to take care of the place while he wasn't using it. I drove up there in my 2011 Tacoma, loaded with food, supplies, books, tools, some hiking gear, and a few things to keep me occupied. I wasn't planning to spend the whole month locked indoors. I wanted to hike, cook over a fire, maybe fish, maybe just sleep for 10 hours straight for once. I didn't really have a plan other than disconnecting from the noise of my regular life. The drive up to the cabin took 2 full days, with me stopping overnight in a motel in Idaho Falls. By the time I got to the turnoff for the dirt road leading to the cabin, the sun was already halfway down behind the hills. The road twisted through thick pine forest, uneven and narrow in some places, and the shadows stretched across the windshield like thin fingers. I followed the directions Harold gave me and reached the cabin right around sunset. It was even more remote than I expected. The trees stood like a wall around the clearing, tall and packed in tight. The cabin was simple, like the pictures showed. A wood stove inside, a small kitchenette with a propane stove, an old but clean bed, and a small bathroom with running water from a well. No Wi-Fi, no phone service. It was perfect. The first few days were everything I'd hoped for. I woke up late, cooked bacon and eggs on the stove, sat outside with coffee, and listened to the wind in the trees. The silence was thick. No cars, no sirens, just birds, distant animal sounds, and sometimes the creaking of the trees when the wind pushed hard through the woods. I spent my days hiking around the hills, cutting small trails, taking photos of the changing leaves. Fall was setting in strong, and the trees were turning bright red and orange. The air was cold in the mornings and warmed up slightly in the afternoons. Felt clean, like the kind of air that cleared out everything inside you. The first time I noticed something strange was on the 4th day. I was about half a mile from the cabin, sitting on a flat rock on the edge of a hill where the forest opened up a little. I'd found that spot the day before and liked sitting there after lunch. It had a view of the small valley and the edge of the neighboring property. I saw something move down below, maybe 70 yards out, near a tree line. At first, I thought it was a deer or maybe a bear, but it moved differently, slower, more deliberate. I squinted and made out what looked like a man, tall, wearing a dark jacket and jeans, walking through the trees. I didn't think too much of it. There was a small cabin or trailer I had seen further out the other way, maybe half a mile east, so I figured it was just someone else out for a walk, maybe hunting. The man didn't look up at me, and after a few minutes, I lost sight of him. Still, something about how he moved seemed odd. Not threatening, just off. Almost like he was checking things on the ground. I went back to the cabin not long after. That night, I kept the fire going inside the wood stove and sat on the porch with a flashlight. The moon was out, so I didn't need much light. The trees swayed and creaked again, and I kept hearing snapping sounds deeper in the woods. Could have been deer, maybe even elk or small animals like foxes. But I couldn't help thinking about that man. The next few days passed quietly. I stayed closer to the cabin, reading and chopping wood. But something had shifted inside me. I felt like I was being watched. I started noticing small things around the cabin. Once, I found boot prints near the edge of the property, not mine. I had been wearing my hiking boots the whole time, and these prints looked like work boots, heavy treads. I checked around to see if someone had come up the driveway, but there were no tire tracks or signs of another vehicle. A few days after that, I noticed a dead bird near the porch. A crow, its wings twisted, like it had hit something hard. I figured it might have flown into a tree, but something about the way it was lying felt unnatural. Its head was turned completely around. I didn't like that. I buried it near the edge of the woods. Then, on the 11th night, I woke up to a noise outside. It was just past 2 a.m., and something had scraped the side of the cabin. Not a loud sound, just a slow dragging noise along the back wall. I stayed frozen in bed for a moment, heart pounding. I waited, holding my breath, then got up quietly and walked to the back window. I couldn't see anything in the dark. I went outside with my flashlight, moving slow, scanning the edges of the cabin. Nothing. No footprints, no marks on the wood, no animals nearby. I stayed up for a while after that, sitting inside with a hunting knife on the table, just in case. The next morning, I walked the perimeter of the property. About 30 yards out into the woods behind the cabin, I found something that stopped me cold. A pile of rocks, neatly stacked about 2 feet high with a small animal skull placed on top. I don't know what kind of skull it was, maybe a raccoon or something smaller, but it was clean, like it had been boiled. No fur or meat left on it. The rocks weren't there the day before. I was sure of that. I knocked it over and kicked the rocks away, feeling a rising tension in my gut. Felt like a message. That night, I barely slept. Every sound outside felt loud. The wind, the trees, even the faint clicking of the stove expanding as it cooled. I kept waking up, sitting up straight, straining to hear something. Around 3:30 a.m., I saw a light through the trees to the east. A small flashlight beam, slowly moving. It wasn't close, but it was there. I watched it for nearly 10 minutes until it vanished. I started locking the doors during the day. I began carrying my hatchet with me even just to take a piss behind the cabin. I was still trying to convince myself it was nothing. Maybe a neighbor, maybe some local kids, maybe someone hunting in the area who didn't know anyone was here. But the fear kept building. Around the start of the 3rd week, I walked further east than I had before and found an old trail I hadn't seen. It looked like it hadn't been used in a while, but I followed it for about half a mile. That's when I found the trailer. It was old, white, and partially sunken into the ground like it hadn't been moved in years. There was a metal drum out front, half rusted, and an old grill near the side. The windows were covered with dark plastic from the inside. I stood there for a long time listening. I didn't hear anything, but I felt something. Not a noise, just a pressure in the air, like the place was holding its breath. I didn't go any closer. I turned around and walked back quickly. That night, I didn't cook. I ate cold food out of a can and kept the lights off. I sat in the dark, watching the woods. At some point around midnight, I heard it again. That slow scraping noise, this time right under the bedroom window. I didn't move. I waited, heart pounding, until the sound stopped. I left the next morning. I packed everything before the sun came up. I didn't even eat. I loaded the truck as fast as I could and didn't look back at the cabin. As I drove down the long dirt road, I passed a small turnoff I hadn't noticed before. A narrow path, just wide enough for a vehicle, leading east toward the trailer. A man was standing at the edge of it. He was tall, wearing a dark jacket and jeans, hands at his sides, just watching. He didn't try to stop me. He didn't move. He just stood there as I passed. I didn't stop driving until I hit the main road an hour later. I called Harold from a gas station when I finally got service. I told him I was leaving early, that something about the area didn't feel right. He didn't ask many questions, just thanked me for letting him know. I never reported anything. I didn't know what I would even say, that I saw a man in the woods, that someone was stacking rocks and dragging things outside my cabin at night. I never went back to Montana. I haven't gone anywhere that isolated again. I still think about that cabin sometimes, especially at night when it's quiet. It was late October of 2018 when I decided to take a break from the city and go spend some time alone in a remote cabin in northern Idaho. I had just turned 34 and had been dealing with a string of stressful weeks at work. I was feeling burnt out. Too much noise, too many screens, too many people, and too many things going wrong. So I took a week off, packed up my old 2002 Ford Explorer with gear, food, clothes, and drove north toward a cabin I had rented off a small classified site. It was owned by some older guy who lived out of state. He just used it a few weeks out of the year and rented it to hunters and fishermen the rest of the time. It wasn't listed on big rental sites, just one of those old forums. I don't even remember how I came across it. I was just glad it was cheap, secluded, and available. The cabin was located deep in Clearwater County, tucked into a small forest clearing about 2 miles off a dirt road, which itself was another 20 minutes off the nearest paved highway. It was surrounded by dense pine forest and set about 200 yards away from a narrow creek. No neighbors, no power, no cell service, just a small solar panel system to power some basic lights, a propane tank for cooking and heating, and a big stone fireplace that looked like it hadn't been cleaned in years. Water came from a hand pump just outside the front door. It had an outhouse about 30 steps into the trees out back, the kind of place where you really had to want to be alone. I arrived just before sundown on a Tuesday. The sky had turned dark blue, and the air was already starting to cool off. You could smell the pine sap and old leaves. The dirt driveway was barely visible and covered in sticks. I parked close to the front porch and carried in all my gear. Took a few trips. The place was dusty but not in bad shape. One main room, a small kitchen area, a little bathroom that didn't work unless you hauled in water manually, and a narrow sleeping loft up a wooden ladder. I wasn't looking for comfort. I wanted quiet, no people, no sounds of trucks going by or phones buzzing, just nature. I unpacked everything, locked the Explorer, then walked around the area a bit with a flashlight. Nothing unusual, just trees, silence, a little bit of wind. I didn't feel uneasy, just isolated. That first night was peaceful. I ate a quick dinner of canned stew, read a bit, and went to sleep early. No nightmares, no strange sounds. Just the occasional cracking tree branch in the distance, probably from deer or a raccoon. I slept solidly. The next day, I went for a long walk down along the creek. It was chilly but not freezing. I followed the water for almost an hour, then cut back across the woods using a handheld GPS just to keep track of where I was. I didn't see anyone. No footprints, no trash, no beer cans, no tree markings. Nothing to suggest other people had been out there recently. That's what I liked about it. I spent the afternoon cleaning up the cabin a bit, wiping counters, sweeping, hauling some firewood closer to the porch. I had brought enough food for the whole week, mostly canned meals, dry goods, and protein bars. I had a pistol with me just in case, a Glock 19 I kept in my backpack. I wasn't expecting trouble, but being that deep in the woods, it felt smart to keep it close. Things stayed normal for a couple days. I hiked, read, slept, cooked, kept a small fire going in the evenings. The air was dry and cold. Occasionally I saw elk tracks near the creek, but never spotted any animals directly. The nights were longer, darker than I was used to. Without cell service or anything to do after dark, time passed slower. I didn't mind. I wanted it that way. It was the fourth night when something small shifted. I had gone to bed around 9. I remember because I checked my watch before climbing into the loft. I slept light that night, not because I was nervous, just one of those nights where your body doesn't fully settle. I kept waking up every hour or two. I wasn't hearing anything weird at first, just wind, a branch hitting the roof now and then. But sometime after midnight, I heard a soft metallic click. It was faint but distinct, came from outside. I lay there frozen for a few seconds, heart slowly picking up. I waited, listening. At first I thought it might have been a falling branch hitting my car, maybe a pine cone bouncing off the hood, but it didn't quite sound like that. It was sharp, precise, like metal on metal. I sat up slowly, grabbed the flashlight, and looked down through the loft opening. The cabin was pitch black. No sounds now, nothing moving. I climbed down, trying to be quiet. The floorboards creaked. I stepped carefully and looked out one of the small front windows. All I could see was trees and the front end of the Explorer. I stood there for a few minutes. Nothing, no movement. Eventually, I told myself it had to be something natural. An animal brushing up against the bumper, or something shifting under the cold. I went back up, but I didn't fall back asleep easily. In the morning, I walked around the cabin, checked the car, looked for tracks or signs that something had come close. The ground was covered in pine needles, so not much showed clearly. But when I got around to the driver's side of the SUV, I saw a long, faint scratch on the front fender. Fresh, too straight to be from a branch. I leaned in and looked closer. It looked like it had been made by a tool, or a knife, about 6 or 7 inches long, right along the paint. I froze. My stomach felt tight all of a sudden. I kept glancing around. I was alone. I didn't hear anything, but someone had to have been out there last night. That sound wasn't in my head. I checked all around the cabin again. No other marks. No signs of anyone walking through. Just that one scratch. After about an hour of pacing and watching the tree line, I tried to calm myself down. Maybe someone had passed through earlier in the week. Maybe I hadn't noticed it when I arrived. Maybe it was old. But I knew that wasn't true. I had checked the car the first night, wiped the windshield. I would have seen it. The rest of that day, I stayed closer to the cabin. I kept the pistol on my belt and loaded a few extra magazines, just in case. I didn't want to leave, but I started to get that feeling like I was being watched. I told myself it was just paranoia. The woods can do that to you. Total quiet and isolation starts playing with your head. But I couldn't fully shake it. That night, I didn't sleep much. I kept the lantern on low, pistol nearby. Every little sound made me sit up and listen. Sometime around 3 in the morning, I heard footsteps. Not heavy ones, just slow crunching steps on the pine needles outside, coming from the backside of the cabin. I held my breath. They got closer. Then they stopped. I didn't move. I didn't make a sound. The window was fogged a little from the inside. I thought about creeping over to it, but I didn't want whoever it was to hear me. I waited in silence for over 20 minutes, barely breathing. Then I heard the footsteps again, slowly fading away toward the trees. In the morning, I found more scratch marks, this time on the back door. Small ones, near the latch. I checked the lock, still secure. Whoever it was had tried to get in. That made my decision easy. I packed up what I could in under 20 minutes, grabbed everything valuable, and loaded the SUV. I didn't care if I had more nights booked. I was done. But when I turned the key, nothing happened. The dash didn't light up. No cranking, just silence. I popped the hood. Everything looked fine. The battery cables were connected. I tried again. Nothing. That's when I saw it. Under the front bumper, someone had cut the battery wires. Clean snip. My blood ran cold. This wasn't an accident. Someone had been out here watching, waiting, and now they wanted me to stay. I stepped back from the vehicle and scanned the trees. It was too quiet. I had no cell signal, no radio, no way to call for help. I was at least 2 miles from the nearest dirt road, and even then it could be hours before anyone came through. I stood there for a long time trying to think. I couldn't stay. I didn't know if they were still out there or if they'd come back. I grabbed my backpack, loaded it with food, ammo, water, and the pistol. I left the rest, locked the cabin door behind me even though it wouldn't stop anyone. Then I started walking. I didn't follow the road. I cut through the woods, straight toward the direction of the highway using the GPS. I didn't want to risk whoever it was waiting for me along the trail. I moved fast, but quiet. I kept looking behind me, listening. I didn't hear anything for a long time, just the sound of my own boots and my breathing. After maybe an hour, I heard a soft whistle in the distance behind me. Not a bird, not the wind, person, slow, steady, like someone trying to get my attention. I didn't stop. I kept walking, The whistling stopped after a while. I didn't hear anything after that. Eventually, after close to 3 hours of hiking, I reached the edge of the forest near the highway. I flagged down a truck and the driver took me straight to the sheriff's station in Oregon. My name's Daniel. Back in the fall of 2017, I was 36 years old and going through one of those stretches in life where everything just felt like it was falling apart slowly and quietly. I'd just come off a rough breakup after a 6-year relationship. I was behind on bills, working long hours in a warehouse in Augusta, Maine, and I was just tired. Tired in that deep kind of way where you don't know what you need, only that something has to change. So when a buddy of mine, Jacob, mentioned he had access to a family cabin about 3 hours north of Bangor, right off an old logging road near the Aroostook County line, I jumped at the chance. He had no use for it that season and offered to let me stay there for as long as I needed. It wasn't some cozy Airbnb kind of deal either. This place was a true backwoods cabin, no power, no plumbing, no cell service. Just with heat, a propane stove, and a big tank of water you had to pump out of the ground nearby. The idea was to disconnect, clear my head, maybe spend a couple weeks with no responsibilities. Just woods, books, and some quiet. I packed up the old Honda CR-V, grabbed supplies, loaded up a few good lanterns, extra propane tanks, a cooler full of food, and made the drive up on a cold Friday morning in late October. The road up there was rough, unpaved for most of it, full of deep ruts, and blanketed in thick fallen leaves. The last 12 miles were a slow crawl through dense forest. There were no signs, no markers, just old directions scribbled down by Jacob. Turn here at the rusted-out truck bed. Hang right at the broken gate. Follow the path until you hit the edge of the ridge, then follow the slope down to the clearing. I got there around 2 p.m. The cabin was just as he described it, old, sturdy, tucked into a small clearing surrounded by tall pine and birch. It had a sagging porch, 2 small windows in front, and a heavy front door with a warped frame that made it a pain to shut properly. There was an old metal shed out back, a busted water pump about 20 yards to the east, and a fire pit off to the side with a few moss-covered stumps around it for seating. Inside, it was Spartan, wood floors, a cot with a ratty old mattress, shelves full of canned food and supplies, and a small wood-burning stove in the corner. There was a lantern hanging from a ceiling beam and a table pushed against the wall beneath one of the windows. Dust covered everything in a thin layer. There was no bathroom, just a composting toilet set up in an outhouse a bit further out in the trees. I spent the rest of that first day getting settled. I swept the floor, cleared the cobwebs from the corners, stacked some firewood inside, and made myself a quick meal. That night, I lit the lantern and sat at the table flipping through an old paperback until I couldn't keep my eyes open. The quiet out there was heavy, so quiet that the pop of the fire or creak of the wood frame would jolt me a little. I wasn't used to it, but it was peaceful in its own way. The first few days were uneventful. I spent the mornings walking the trails that spidered out from the clearing, just exploring, breathing in the cold, pine-scented air. The leaves were past their peak color, deep reds and browns carpeting the forest floor. Some mornings I saw moose tracks near the stream that cut through the woods about a half-mile east. I spent afternoons chopping wood, reading, sometimes just sitting outside in the silence. Around the 4th day, I started noticing strange things, though they didn't seem too out of place at the time. I found a deer carcass down near the edge of the stream, half-eaten, which I figured was just the work of coyotes or maybe even a bear, but it had been torn apart in a way that didn't sit right. Bones snapped, ribs cracked wide open, hide peeled back like someone was gutting it with precision. No drag marks either, just like something had done it right there. I remember crouching down, staring at the scene for a while, trying to make sense of it before brushing it off. Nature is cruel, I told myself. That's all it was. The next day, I noticed the door to the shed out back was slightly open. I knew for sure I had shut it the day I arrived. I had checked inside and found nothing but old tools, a gas can, and some broken fishing gear. But now the door hung ajar, swinging slightly with the wind. I went out to close it again and saw that the latch was bent like it had been forced open. There were drag marks in the dirt leading away from it, toward the tree line. I followed them for a few feet before they vanished into the leaves. Again, I told myself it was probably animals, maybe a raccoon or even a black bear got curious. But something about the straightness of the tracks, the way they looked like something had been pulled or dragged, made me uneasy. Later that night, I was inside reading by the dim glow of the lantern when I heard movement outside. At first it was soft, just rustling, maybe wind. Then it was sharper, more deliberate. Footsteps, not the crashing kind you'd expect from a deer or moose. These were slow, steady, measured, like someone trying not to be heard. I killed the lantern and sat in the dark, listening. The fire had burned down low, so the room was nearly pitch black. The sound moved around the side of the cabin, toward the back, then paused. I stayed frozen, barely breathing. My heart was pounding in my ears. After what felt like forever, the steps moved again, this time away, fading into the woods. I didn't sleep much that night. I kept the fire low and my hatchet within reach. When dawn came, I stepped outside to check the area. I didn't see anything at first, but when I walked around to the back, I saw clear prints in the dirt, boot prints. Not huge, not heavy, but definitely human. They circled the cabin, then veered off toward the woods behind the shed. Now I was sure it wasn't an animal. Someone had been out there watching, walking around in the dark. I spent the next day paranoid. Every snap of a twig made me jump. I didn't go far from the cabin. I spent more time inside, keeping the lantern off as soon as it got dark. I had brought a small battery-powered motion sensor light, just one of those cheap ones you stick near doors, and I put it up outside the front door that evening just in case. It was the following night when everything came to a head. I had just gotten into bed, bundled up in a sleeping bag on the cot, fire burning low, when I heard it again, movement outside, then a thud, a soft one like something had been placed or dropped onto the porch. I sat up, my breath fogging in the cold air. I didn't move for a few minutes, just listened. Then the motion light clicked on. It lit up the front of the cabin through the small window beside the door. I crept over and peeked through a crack in the curtain. What I saw made my stomach drop. There was a man standing at the edge of the porch, just outside the beam of light. I could see the outline of his figure, tall, thin, wearing a heavy coat and a dark cap pulled low. He wasn't moving. He was just standing there, like he was waiting for something, or listening. After a minute, he stepped forward into the light, looked directly at the door, then turned and walked off toward the woods. I didn't sleep. I sat up all night with the hatchet in my hands, heart racing. I didn't know if he was coming back or if he'd gone. I was too afraid to light the lantern. I just sat in silence, staring at the door until morning came. To first light, I went out to the porch. There was something sitting on the top step, a piece of paper folded in half. I picked it up with shaking hands. There was no writing on it, nothing, just a single long hair, dark and coarse, caught between the folds. That was it for me. I packed up everything as fast as I could. I threw supplies in the back of the car, didn't bother cleaning anything, didn't bother locking up. I just got in and started driving, tires spinning in the wet leaves, heart pounding like it was trying to break out of my chest. The drive back down the logging road felt endless. Every bend in the trail, I expected someone to be standing there, waiting. But I made it to the main road without seeing another soul. I drove straight back to Augusta, didn't stop once. When I got home, I locked every door and window and sat in my apartment for hours, just staring at the wall, trying to make sense of it. I never went back to that cabin. I never asked Jacob what he knew about the place. Part of me didn't want to know, and part of me still wonders if he even told me everything. Weeks later, I did a little digging online. That stretch of land way up past Bangor had a few strange stories tied to it. Old missing persons cases, hikers disappearing off trail, a few reports of squatters or hermits living out there. Nothing solid, nothing I could prove, but enough to convince me that whatever or whoever was out there, they had been watching me from the moment I arrived. I still think about that man standing on the porch, watching the door in the dark. I don't know what he wanted. I don't know if he had been in the woods the whole time, or if he followed me there. But I do know that he wasn't surprised by me. He acted like he had every right to be there, like I was the one intruding, and that's what scares me most. I wasn't alone out there. I never was. The drive had been longer than I anticipated. The winding roads that led to the cabin seemed to stretch endlessly, the trees growing thicker with every mile. It was mid-November. The leaves had mostly fallen, leaving the branches bare and skeletal against the dull gray sky. The whole place felt empty, even though it wasn't. I hadn't expected to feel this isolated, but the further we went, the more I noticed how quiet it was. Even the birds had stopped singing. I had rented this cabin for the weekend. A getaway, they called it. Some time to reset, away from the noise of the city, away from the grind of everyday life. It was supposed to be relaxing, peaceful, but something in my gut told me otherwise. The place was small, a rustic little cabin that was nestled between thick trees on a hill. It had a wide porch with old rocking chairs, but no sign of life anywhere nearby. I knew I would be alone, no neighbors for miles. That too was part of the appeal. Peaceful retreat, a place to breathe. But as I parked the car and stepped out, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. I didn't let myself dwell on it, though. I was here for peace, for silence. I grabbed my bags from the back of the car and trudged up the wooden steps, the creaking of the porch beneath my boots echoing in the still air. The door to the cabin was unlocked, just like the host had said it would be. I stepped inside, immediately struck by the musty smell of wood and old furniture. The cabin was basic. A few old chairs by the fireplace, a small kitchen off to the side with a cracked tile floor, and a narrow staircase leading up to a lofted bedroom. It was cozy in a way, but there was something off about it. The walls were lined with pictures of people I didn't know, all in old-fashioned frames. Some were in black and white, others in color. I couldn't make out many of the faces. They looked faded, as if they'd been there for decades. The first night was uneventful. I sat up by the fire, ate a simple meal, and settled in with a book I'd been meaning to read. As the sun set, I lit the fireplace and sat back, listening to the crackling of the wood and the occasional gust of wind shaking the cabin's windows. It was a peaceful, quiet evening, but the quiet was too much. It felt suffocating after a while. Around midnight, I turned off the light and climbed into the bed in the loft. The sheets were cold, and I pulled them up tight, trying to ward off the chill. But the air was still. The silence in the cabin was so thick I could almost hear it. My eyes kept flicking to the window beside the bed, but nothing moved outside. Just the darkness of the woods pressing in. At some point, I drifted off, my thoughts heavy with exhaustion. I woke to a strange noise. At first, it was so faint I wasn't sure I had heard anything at all. But it came again. Tap. It sounded like something, or someone, was tapping on the side of the cabin. I froze, straining to hear over the pounding of my own heart. The sound was faint, but distinct. 3 taps, followed by silence. I lay there in the dark, waiting for something more, but nothing came. I told myself it was nothing, just the wind or a branch tapping against the wood. I had heard it happen before, but something didn't sit right. It wasn't the kind of noise I expected to hear from the wind. I pulled the blanket tighter around my shoulders, trying to shake off the feeling of being watched. The tapping came again. This time it was louder, more deliberate, and it wasn't just on the side of the cabin. I could hear it on the window next to the bed. Quick, 3 taps, like someone was trying to get my attention. I could almost feel the pressure of it, a palpable sense of urgency. I didn't know what to do. I didn't want to look, but my curiosity got the best of me. I slowly turned my head, peering through the dark, towards the window. Nothing. The window was dark and still, the thick curtains barely moving in the cold draft that slipped through the cracks. I sighed in relief, letting out a breath I hadn't realized I was holding. Maybe I had imagined it. Maybe it was just the wind. I tried to go back to sleep, but the tapping wouldn't stop. Now it was coming from the roof, soft at first, like the scurrying of small feet, but then louder, heavier. I shot upright in bed, my pulse racing. The noise was unmistakable. It wasn't an animal. It wasn't the wind. It was something or someone moving around on the roof. I grabbed my phone from the nightstand and turned on the flashlight, shining it toward the loft window. The beam cut through the darkness, illuminating the trees in the distance. But there was nothing, no figure, no movement. My hands shook as I turned off the flashlight and stared into the darkness, trying to make sense of it. What the hell was that? My mind raced with all the possibilities, but none of them made sense. It was too isolated here for anyone to be messing with me. The nearest town was miles away. The noise on the roof stopped as suddenly as it had started. I tried to convince myself that it was just an animal, maybe a raccoon or something, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. Something was very wrong. I didn't sleep much after that. The next day, I tried to focus on the peaceful nature around me. I took a walk in the woods, away from the cabin, trying to clear my head. The trees were thick here, the air cool and crisp. The ground was soft with fallen leaves, and there was no sound but the occasional rustle of a critter in the brush. The quiet was almost unnerving. I walked for hours trying to get the tapping out of my head. When I returned to the cabin, the atmosphere felt different. The air was thick again, the silence oppressive. I couldn't shake the nagging feeling that something was watching me. I kept the curtains drawn tight, but it didn't help. The house felt more like a trap than a retreat. I spent the rest of the day inside, but it wasn't long before the tapping started again. This time it was louder, more insistent. It was coming from the back of the cabin, from the kitchen. I stood frozen, staring at the door, trying to make sense of it. The taps continued, sharp and rhythmic. It was as if someone was knocking, trying to get my attention. I grabbed the flashlight and went to the back door, my heart pounding. The cabin was deathly quiet, except for the tapping. I opened the door, shining the light into the dark yard behind the cabin. Nothing. I scanned the area again. Still nothing. I was starting to feel crazy, like I was imagining it all. I stepped outside, the cold air biting at my skin. There was no one there, and the tapping had stopped. But as I turned to go back inside, I noticed something strange. A small pile of twigs and leaves had been arranged in a pattern on the ground. It wasn't random. Someone had placed them there. My stomach dropped. I didn't know why, but I felt a chill run through me. That night, I locked every door and window. I set up the chairs in front of them just in case. I had no idea what I was dealing with, but I was not taking any chances. Whatever had been tapping at my cabin, whatever had been messing with me, I wasn't going to wait around to find out. The rest of the night passed without incident. No tapping, no strange noises. The silence was almost unbearable, but I didn't care. I was exhausted mentally and physically, but I wasn't about to let my guard down. The next morning, I packed up quickly and left. I didn't even look back at the cabin as I drove away. The peace I had come for was long gone, replaced by an overwhelming sense of unease. As I drove down the winding road, the woods around me seemed to close in. I kept expecting something to jump out from behind the trees, but it never did. The tapping stopped. The silence returned. I didn't stop until I was miles away, back in civilization, where the noise of traffic and people made me feel safe again. The tension in my shoulders slowly eased, and I could breathe again. But even now, when I think back on that cabin, I can't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. Something was out there, watching, waiting. My name is David Henley. I'm 34 now, but this happened back in late October of 2018. At the time, I was 27 and working as a freelance graphic designer. I was living alone in a small apartment in Columbus, Ohio, and had just finished up a stressful client job that dragged on for months. I was burned out and needed to disconnect. No screens, no internet, no deadlines, just quiet. I found a listing online for a remote cabin rental up in the Upper Peninsula of Michigan, close to Lake Gogebic. It was marketed as a rustic, no-frills retreat in the woods, available during the off-season. The price was low, which made sense since it was getting into the colder months, and most tourists weren't coming around that time. The photos showed an old log cabin surrounded by dense woods, about a quarter mile from a narrow gravel road. It looked peaceful, secluded, and basic, exactly what I wanted. I booked it for 2 weeks. I planned to hike, read, cook over a fire, and maybe just clear my head. I packed up my Jeep with canned food, bottled water, some basic camping gear, a portable gas stove, a cooler, a flashlight, a hatchet, some thermal clothing, a couple books, and some paper notebooks. I made sure to bring extra batteries and a backup phone charger, though I didn't expect to have any signal up there. The drive took me almost 10 hours. The farther north I got, the more isolated things became. The paved roads gave way to cracked rural routes, then to dirt and gravel paths. I arrived late in the afternoon, just before sunset. The sky was overcast, and a cold wind pushed through the tall pine trees that lined both sides of the road. My GPS stopped working about 30 minutes before I reached the cabin, but I had printed directions from the host. I followed a narrow gravel trail off the main forest road, past a couple of hunting blinds, and finally found a small wooden sign nailed to a tree that said, Birch Hollow. The cabin was about 300 feet from the trailhead. I had to carry my bags through a path that was barely visible under a blanket of dead leaves. The cabin itself was small, one story, with a front porch and a metal chimney that poked up through the roof. It looked old, like it hadn't been maintained much, but it wasn't falling apart. The wood was weathered gray, and the windows had those old-fashioned wooden shutters. There was no electricity, no running water either, just a metal barrel outside to collect rainwater, and an outhouse about 60 feet behind the cabin. Inside, it was simple. One room with a bed against the back wall, a small table with 2 chairs, a cast iron wood stove, and a couple of shelves with old cooking pots and dishes. There were heavy wool blankets folded on the bed. The whole place smelled like cedar and old smoke. There was no fridge, no stove, no lights, just a couple oil lamps which still had some fuel in them. I spent that first evening unpacking, getting the fire started in the stove, and settling in. It took a while to warm the place up, but once the fire got going, it felt comfortable. I read for a while, then went outside and stood on the porch, listening to the wind in the trees. It was dead quiet, no cars, no planes, no people. Just the sound of wind, the occasional crack of branches, and the rustle of leaves. That first night was fine. I slept deeply, probably because I was so tired from the drive. But I did wake up once to a sound outside. It was faint, like twigs snapping or something brushing against the side of the cabin. I lay there in the dark, wrapped in the thick blankets, listening. I told myself it was just a raccoon or a deer and eventually fell back asleep. The next few days were uneventful. I chopped firewood, cooked simple meals, went for short hikes around the area, and wrote in my notebook. I didn't see another soul. The woods felt empty, but not in a bad way. It was peaceful. Every now and then I'd find old remnants of logging camps or hunting stands, but nothing fresh. The only sign of life I saw were tracks. Mostly deer, maybe a fox, and once something bigger, like a bear. On the 4th morning, something changed. I woke up and stepped outside like I usually did to stretch and take in the air. But right away I noticed something strange. There were boot prints in the dirt near the edge of the porch. They weren't mine. They were a different tread pattern than my hiking boots, and they looked newer, like someone had walked up and then turned around. The prints came from the woods, not from the trail I used. I just stood there, staring at them. I tried to think logically. Maybe a hunter came through, but that didn't make sense. There were no tire tracks on the trail, and I hadn't heard any vehicles. Also, why would someone come right up to the cabin and leave without knocking or making any noise? I walked around the cabin slowly, checking the perimeter. Nothing else seemed out of place. The door was still locked. The shutters were still closed, but the prints were real. I felt uneasy that whole day. I didn't leave the area. I kept my hatchet close and stayed mostly inside. I started locking the door even during the day, which I hadn't done before. That night, I had trouble sleeping. I kept listening for sounds outside. The fire in the stove burned low, and the shadows in the room felt longer. Around 2 or 3 in the morning, I heard something. It wasn't just a random noise. It was deliberate. It sounded like someone stepping on leaves near the back of the cabin. Slow, careful steps. I didn't move. I didn't make a sound. I just lay in bed, holding my breath, listening. The footsteps stopped. I waited. I couldn't see anything. The windows had no glass, just shutters. I thought about opening the door and looking out, but I couldn't bring myself to do it. After about 10 minutes, I heard something even more disturbing. A low, slow creak, like the hinge on the outhouse door being moved. It wasn't loud, but it was close. The outhouse was maybe 60 feet from the cabin, and the sound was unmistakable. I didn't sleep after that. The next morning, I went outside to check. The boot prints were back. This time, they circled the entire cabin. One set of prints, same tread pattern. I checked the outhouse. The door was slightly ajar, like it had been opened and not fully closed. I couldn't explain it. I stayed alert that whole day. I didn't leave the immediate area around the cabin. I kept a fire going all day, and when night came, I brought the hatchet into bed with me. I moved one of the chairs against the door as an extra precaution. I was on edge, and every little sound made me sit up. That night, it escalated. Around midnight, I heard the crunch of footsteps again. This time, they were faster, moving in short bursts like someone pacing or circling. Then I heard something hit the cabin wall. Not hard, just a light tap, like a stick or maybe someone's hand. I got up, holding the hatchet, and stood silently in the center of the room. The fire had burned low, and the only light came from the faint glow of the coals. Then I heard something at the door, a slow pressure like someone testing it. The wooden chair I had wedged under the knob creaked slightly. I didn't speak. I didn't make a sound. I just stood there, frozen. After a few minutes, the pressure stopped. The silence came back, but it didn't feel peaceful anymore. It felt like the woods were holding their breath. I waited until sunrise before moving again. The next morning, I made a decision. I was done. I wasn't staying another night. I packed up what I could, stuffed my gear into my backpack, and left most of the firewood behind. I hiked back to my Jeep, constantly looking over my shoulder. The whole forest felt different, hostile, like it was hiding something. When I reached the Jeep, I saw something that made my stomach sink. The driver's side door was open. Not wide open, just cracked a couple inches. I always lock my doors. Always. I checked the rest of the vehicle. Nothing was missing, but the glove box was open, and my printed directions were gone. Just gone. I turned the key and the Jeep started. I didn't waste time. I backed out of the trail and started driving fast, bouncing over the rocks and roots, just wanting to get out of there. I didn't stop until I reached a gas station about an hour and a half south. I told the clerk someone had been lurking around my cabin and might have tampered with my vehicle. He said something vague about seasonal squatters and people hiding out in the woods, but he didn't seem surprised. I drove straight home that day, and I never looked back. A few weeks later, I tried to find the listing again online. It was gone. I tried to contact the host's email address, but it bounced back. No phone number, no website, nothing. It was like the whole thing had been temporary. I even looked at satellite maps of the area, trying to find that little gravel trail or the wooden sign for Birch Hollow. Couldn't. I don't know who was out there. I don't know what they wanted. But I know this. They were watching me. They came close. They walked around the cabin, tested the door, opened the outhouse, and tampered with my vehicle. And they did it all silently. They wanted me to know they were there, and that was enough. I haven't gone back into the woods alone since. I still go hiking sometimes, but always in public parks, always in daylight, and never alone. Because some places are quiet for a reason, and some people live in... It was the end of September 2021. I had just turned 34. I was tired of Denver. Too many people, too much noise, and too many screens in my face all the time. My job as a contract draftsman kept me glued to a desk and a monitor, and it had started messing with my head. I needed a break. I needed quiet. I wanted to be alone, away from everything and everyone for a while. I found a listing online for a small off-grid cabin about 3 hours west of Denver, near a place called Dry Creek in Gunnison County. It wasn't a rental cabin for tourists. It was just a private listing on an old website where people traded or rented their properties out casually. A guy named Martin owned it, and he offered it cheap, $200 for the whole week. He said it had a generator, water from a well, a propane heater, and a working stove. The pictures looked rough, but I didn't care. I wanted something basic. No cell service, no internet, no neighbors. I sent the money through, printed out his directions, and packed up a week's worth of canned food, a couple of propane tanks, and some basic tools just in case something broke. I left early on a Sunday morning. The drive was easy until I got off the paved roads. The dirt trail that led toward the cabin was narrow and full of rocks. I had to go real slow to avoid bottoming out. After maybe 20 minutes on that road, I reached a dead end near an old rusted gate. Beyond it was the cabin, sitting maybe 100 yards into the woods. Pine trees surrounded it on all sides, and the clearing was just wide enough to let in a little sunlight. The place looked like it hadn't been used in years. The porch had leaves and pine needles piled in the corners. The windows were dirty, and the wood siding was gray and dry, but it was standing and the door opened fine. I unlocked it with the key Martin left under a rock by the steps. Inside, the cabin smelled old but not moldy, just stale. There was a cot with a sleeping bag, a small wood table, 2 chairs, and a gas stove in the corner. A little shelf held some books and a few half-used candles. The generator sat outside in a small shed next to the well pump. It started up after a couple pulls and hummed steadily. I ran it just long enough to test the lights and make sure the water flowed, then turned it off. I didn't want to waste fuel unless I really needed it. The first couple of days were exactly what I needed. I hiked around the woods, read a book, napped in the afternoon sun. The silence out there was deep and solid. You could hear the wind in the trees and the occasional crack of a branch falling somewhere far off. At night, the temperature dropped quickly. I'd fire up the propane heater and light a candle or two, eat a can of stew, and sit there in the quiet, staring at the shadows on the walls. I slept like a rock the first 2 nights, but by the 3rd day, things started to feel off. It wasn't anything big at first, just little things. I come back from a walk and notice something slightly different. One day, I left my boots by the door and came back to find one of them turned sideways, like someone had bumped it. Another time, I could have sworn I left my flashlight on the table, but I found it on the cot. I figured I was just forgetting things. Maybe I was more tired than I realized. Then that night, I woke up around 2 or 3 in the morning. The heater had clicked off and the room was cold. I sat up in the dark and tried to adjust the sleeping bag, and I heard something outside. It was quiet, but not the usual kind of quiet. It was a stopped quiet, like the woods were holding their breath. Then I heard what sounded like footsteps, slow, deliberate ones, crunching through the pine needles near the side of the cabin. I held still and listened. The steps moved around the cabin slowly, like someone was circling it. They stopped for a moment near the back wall, then started again. Couldn't breathe right. My heart was pounding. I didn't have any weapons, just a hatchet I used for chopping firewood and a dull kitchen knife. The steps faded after a few minutes, and I sat in silence for a long time, gripping the hatchet in the dark. I didn't sleep again until the sun came up. The next morning, I walked the perimeter of the cabin. There were no footprints, but the ground was dry and hard. It would have been easy for someone to walk there without leaving any real trace. I told myself it was probably an animal, maybe a deer or an elk, but the steps had been too human. That afternoon, I noticed more strange things. One of the empty propane tanks I left by the shed was lying on its side 10 feet away. A pile of chopped wood I had stacked neatly was now leaning as if someone had pushed against it. I started to feel watched. Every time I stepped into the trees, I felt like someone was just behind them, just out of sight. I kept telling myself I was being paranoid, that I wasn't used to real silence, that my brain was looking for patterns and threats in a place where there weren't any. But that night, everything changed. I had turned in early and fallen asleep before 9. Sometime later, I think around midnight, I was woken up by a loud banging sound. Not once, but over and over, like someone was hitting the side of the cabin with a fist or a stick. It came from the back wall, then the side, then the front. I jumped out of the cot and grabbed the flashlight and hatchet. I turned on the propane lamp and stood in the middle of the room, not knowing what to do. The banging stopped suddenly, and I didn't hear anything else. Then something slammed against the front door, so hard the hinges rattled. I thought it was going to break open. I held the hatchet in both hands and just stood there. I didn't make a sound. I didn't move. After maybe 20 seconds, it stopped. Nothing after that. No footsteps. No breathing. Just silence again. I stayed up until dawn. My nerves were shot. I kept thinking it was a crazy person out there. Maybe someone who lived nearby and didn't want me there. Or maybe just a drifter who stumbled onto the cabin. I thought about driving back to the main road, but I didn't want to risk driving that trail in the dark. At first light, I packed everything up and decided I was done. I wasn't staying one more night. I loaded my gear into the car and went back into the cabin to check for anything I might have forgotten. That's when I noticed it. On the inside of the front door, near the floor, was a fresh scratch. A long, deep one, like something sharp had dug into the wood. It hadn't been there the day before. It looked like someone had taken a knife or a claw hammer and dragged it along the bottom edge. It wasn't a crack from the wood shrinking. It was deliberate. I got in the car and started the engine. The trail back out was even rougher than I remembered. I drove slow, scanning the trees constantly. About halfway down the trail, I saw something in the woods to my left. A figure, tall, thin, not moving. I didn't stop. I just stared at it as I rolled past, and it stared back. It was a man, pale skin, short, scruffy beard. No shirt, even though it was cold out. Just standing there between two trees, maybe 30 yards in. He didn't do anything. He didn't speak or move, just stared at me with dead eyes. I pressed the gas and didn't look back. By the time I hit the paved road, I was shaking. I drove the whole way back to Denver in silence. No music, no podcasts, just white-knuckled focus. That night, I didn't sleep much. My mind kept going over the details. The footsteps, the banging, the man in the woods. It wasn't random. Whoever he was, he had been watching me from the start. Maybe even before I arrived. That cabin wasn't as empty as Martin had claimed. I called Martin the next day from a burner app. I asked him if anyone else had been using the place lately. He said no. He hadn't been up there in over a year. I didn't tell him what happened. I didn't want to deal with questions. I reported the incident to the sheriff's department in Gunnison anonymously. I didn't give them my name, just said there was a man stalking people near Dry Creek and that they should check it out. I never heard back, and I never followed up. That week changed me. I haven't gone camping since. I still like the mountains, but I stay on trails now, and I don't sleep out there alone. Something about that cabin stayed with me. That feeling of being watched, of being hunted. That man never tried to break in. He never attacked me, but he wanted me to know he was there. He wanted to scare me out, and it worked. Whatever his reason was, I'm glad I left when I did. If I had stayed one more night, I think he would have come inside. I think he was waiting for that. Maybe he had done it before. Maybe he was just waiting for the next person foolish enough to want a little peace and quiet. I was 37 when I decided to rent a remote cabin in the snowy hills of northern Idaho. The year was 2013. At that point in my life, I was working a job that drained me, sitting behind a desk in Spokane, typing away for hours under flickering fluorescent lights. I didn't have any close friends anymore. I wasn't dating anyone. I spent my weekends alone, mostly staring at screens or doing the same walks around the neighborhood. It got to a point where I couldn't think clearly. Every day started to feel the same. I needed a break, somewhere quiet, somewhere without people. I found the cabin online. The listing was simple, just a few photos, a few lines. Off-grid cabin, accessible by 4x4 in winter, generator available, well water, with stove, no Wi-Fi. It was what I needed, just a place in the woods to clear my head and get away from everything for a while. The cabin was located about an hour and a half from Bonner's Ferry, up in a part of the state that didn't get many visitors after the first snow fell. The road leading up was barely plowed and didn't show up well on GPS. I booked it for 3 weeks in February. I packed up my Jeep with supplies, cans of food, bottled water even though there was well water, extra firewood, tools, and some basic emergency gear. I brought a shotgun too, not because I expected trouble, but because I was going that far out and I figured better safe than sorry. I had some camping experience. I'd done a few solo trips before, but never in full snow like this and never this isolated. Still, I was excited to get away from the noise and slow everything down. The drive out there took longer than I thought. The road twisted through the hills, and snow had started falling again by the time I got into the last 10 miles. The trail that passed for a driveway was barely visible. My Jeep slipped a bit going up the incline, and for a second, I worried I might not make it. But I did. The cabin sat in a small clearing surrounded by dense pine. There was no other house, no fence, no visible trails. Just white snow pressing in from every side and trees that looked darker than they should have in the overcast light. It was a basic log cabin, nothing fancy. Just one floor, a steep roof to keep the snow from collecting too much, and a small porch with a crooked railing. There was a big iron stove inside, a small kitchen, and one bedroom. It smelled like old wood and dust and a little bit of kerosene. It had what I needed: warmth, silence, and space to breathe. I unloaded everything and set up, keeping the generator off most of the time to save fuel. The wood stove kept the cabin warm. There were oil lamps and candles. I had brought a bunch of books, some notebooks, and a few old DVDs for when I wanted to run the generator and watch something. I didn't want entertainment, though. I mostly wanted quiet. The first few days went exactly how I hoped. I spent time just walking around the woods nearby, following old game trails or snowshoeing through the thicker spots. I would come back tired, cook something simple, and sit by the fire until I fell asleep. The snow muffled everything. Even when the wind moved through the trees, it sounded soft and far away. I didn't see another soul. No animals either. Just a few tracks here and there, rabbits mostly, or the occasional coyote. At night, it got cold. Really cold. I had to keep the fire going or else the inside temperature would drop fast. I learned to sleep light, waking up every few hours to throw more wood in. It wasn't until the end of the first week that I noticed something strange. There was a door in the back of the cabin, behind a tall shelf filled with old books and tools. I hadn't noticed it at first because the shelf blocked almost all of it. But one morning I moved the shelf aside to sweep, and there it was, an old wooden door, painted the same color as the walls, with a big rusted padlock hanging from the latch. There was no key nearby. It wasn't mentioned in the rental listing. It was odd, but not impossible. Maybe it was just storage. Maybe it was empty. Maybe it was sealed off. I didn't think much of it at first. I pushed the shelf back over it, finished cleaning, and went on with my day. But after that, I started hearing small noises at night. Nothing loud, just soft thumps or the sound of something brushing against the wood. I assumed it was just the wind, or maybe snow slipping off the roof. I was in the middle of the woods after all. Sounds carried weird out there. Still, I found myself listening more closely. The sounds always seemed to come from the same part of the cabin, the far end, near where that hidden door was. One night, around 2 in the morning, I was up stoking the fire when I heard what sounded like a faint creak, like a board slowly shifting under weight. It was a slow, drawn-out sound, different from the usual cracking of the walls from the cold. It seemed like it came from just behind the wall near the back of the cabin. The next morning, I moved the shelf again and stared at that door. I even knocked on it once. It gave off a solid sound, like the space behind it was small and filled. I told myself again that it was probably nothing, just old wood, wind, maybe mice or some kind of animal that had gotten in through a vent. Still, I couldn't stop thinking about it. It stayed in the back of my head, and now that I knew it was there, I couldn't forget it. Over the next few days, the noises got more regular. A soft scraping sound late at night, something like a dull tap, spaced out, always between midnight and 3. I started to feel uneasy, not full panic, but like something wasn't right. I started locking the front door at night even though I hadn't seen a single person out there. I started keeping the shotgun closer. I started checking the windows more often. Each time I looked at that door in the back, it felt like it was waiting. By the end of the second week, I was barely sleeping. I kept waking up with the sense that something had moved or that I'd heard something. I even started dreaming about the door, but not clearly, just shapes behind it or the sound of wood breaking. One day I finally snapped and decided to open it. I took my crowbar and went to the back of the cabin, moving the shelf again. I tried the padlock, no surprise, it didn't open. It was rusted and old, the kind of lock that probably hadn't been touched in years. I pried at it with the bar until it finally snapped. The metal cracked and the lock fell to the floor. I opened the door slowly, stuck at first like the frame had swollen, but then it gave. It wasn't a closet. It was a narrow stairwell going down into what looked like a root cellar or basement. The air that came up was cold, damp, and smelled like mold and old wood. I grabbed a flashlight and started down, step by slow step. The basement was small, maybe 10 feet by 10 feet, with low beams and packed dirt walls. There were shelves along the sides with old jars, rusted tools, and piles of rotting firewood. There was an old mattress on the floor, stained and torn, and beside it, a few plastic crates filled with empty cans and wrappers. Some of them were recent brands, not old, not from years ago. It looked like someone had been living down there. The air was thick, stale, and still. I stood frozen at the bottom of the stairs, looking around. Felt wrong, not just creepy, but off. I backed up slowly, then climbed the stairs and closed the door. I slid the shelf back in place and didn't touch it again. That night, the noises were louder. It sounded like someone was moving below me. I kept the fire going all night. I didn't sleep. In the morning, I walked around the outside of the cabin, looking for any kind of entrance to the cellar from outside. I didn't find anything, just smooth walls and snowdrifts pressed up against the logs. No vents big enough for a person. No storm door. That made it worse. For the last few days, I stayed fully dressed at night. Boots, jacket, flashlight, and shotgun next to the sleeping bag. I started eating less, just enough to keep my energy up. I stopped going for walks. I just waited, counting down the days until I could leave. On the final night, the sounds started early, just past midnight. But this time it wasn't soft or distant. It was footsteps, clear, slow footsteps on the stairs below the cabin. I sat up, heart pounding. The shotgun was in my hands before I even realized I'd grabbed it. The steps stopped. Then I heard the door creak. Asterisk, the hidden door, asterisk, moving slowly open. I stood up and aimed toward the back of the cabin, even though I couldn't see past the shelf. I waited, for minutes, maybe more. Then I heard the shelf shift slightly, just an inch, enough to make a soft wood-on-wood sound. I called out, not expecting a response. Nothing came, just silence. Then I heard the footsteps again, asterisk, retreating star, going back down the stairs. I waited until dawn, then packed everything in 15 minutes flat. I left the fire burning, left the food, left the shelf where it was. I drove away through snow and ice, not caring if the Jeep skidded or if I burned all the fuel. I didn't stop until I hit the highway. When I got back home, I emailed the owner of the cabin, saying I left early and I didn't want a refund. I didn't mention the door. I didn't want to deal with it. I just wanted to be done. But 2 months later, out of curiosity, I went back to the listing. It was gone. My name is Travis Fielding. I was 36 years old the year this happened, which was back in the fall of 2019. I lived in Wichita, Kansas at the time and worked as a land surveyor. It was a job that had me outside a lot, which I liked, but it also meant long weeks of dealing with people and phones and contracts and trucks and everything else that wears you down after a while. So once or twice a year, I'd take a few days just for myself. Go somewhere far, somewhere isolated, somewhere quiet. That September, I booked a remote cabin near the border of Idaho and Montana. I found it through a smaller rental site that someone from a hiking forum recommended to me. The pictures were simple but clear. An old wooden structure surrounded by trees, way off the main road, on the edge of a national forest. There was a fireplace, a small kitchen, a porch, even a little wood stove for the colder nights. The listing said it was originally built back in the 1940s but had been maintained enough to be safe. No Wi-Fi, no cell reception, and you had to bring your own food and water. That was perfect for me. I flew into Missoula, rented a 4-wheel drive Jeep, and drove about 3 hours west, following a winding 2-lane road into the mountains. The last 40 minutes were on a dirt road that had no signs, just GPS coordinates and a rough sketch on a piece of paper the owner emailed me. I passed no other cars, not even any mailboxes, just endless pine trees, thick brush, and an occasional glimpse of distant ridgelines that seemed untouched by people. When I finally got to the cabin, it was already late afternoon. I parked beside a pile of chopped firewood stacked neatly against the side. The place looked like the photos but older, more weathered, like it had been forgotten for a while. The wood was dark with age, and some of the corners were warped, like they'd been soaked a few too many times. Still, it looked sturdy. There was a metal latch on the front, a creaky screen door that slapped shut behind me, and a small wooden table right inside with a note. Asterisk, enjoy your stay. Please keep the stove flue closed when not in use. Don't leave food out. Lock up before you leave. Asterisk. The first 2 days were peaceful. I chopped a little wood, read a lot, hiked a few miles down an old trail I found just beyond the cabin, and sat on the porch watching the sky turn from blue to orange to black. The silence out there was like a living thing. At night, it was so quiet you could hear every tree creak and every pine needle fall. That first night, I heard something walking outside the cabin. Slow steps through the underbrush, but I chalked it up to a deer or maybe an elk. I'd seen tracks nearby. I didn't have a gun with me, just a hunting knife I always kept on my belt, but I wasn't really worried. I'd been in bear country before. You just keep your food sealed and don't act like an idiot. But on the third night, things started to feel wrong. It was almost midnight. I'd been reading by lantern light and was just about to lie down when I heard the steps again. Only this time, they weren't moving past the cabin. They stopped, right outside the wall to the left of the door. I stayed still. I didn't breathe. The footsteps were heavy, not like an animal. Slow, even padded steps, and they weren't going anywhere. Whoever or whatever it was just stood there. After maybe 30 seconds, they moved again. Not away, but around the cabin, circling. I put the lantern out and stood there in the dark, listening. I couldn't see anything from inside, but I knew they were going around the back now. I didn't move until I heard nothing for at least 10 minutes. Eventually, I got back into bed, knife under my pillow. I didn't sleep. The next morning, I checked around the cabin. No prints, not in the hard-packed dirt, not in the leaves. The back side of the cabin had a window that was slightly ajar. I didn't remember leaving it open, but I couldn't be sure. I stayed close to the cabin that day. No hikes, just kept the fire going, drank coffee, watched the woods. Around 4 in the afternoon, I walked a short loop around the perimeter of the clearing the cabin sat in. That's when I found something strange. Near the base of a tree about 20 yards into the woods, I saw a pile of small bones, picked clean, looked like maybe a squirrel or rabbit. On top of the bones was a piece of cloth, gray, frayed, muddy, like a torn sleeve. I didn't touch it. I just backed away and returned to the cabin. I locked everything up tight that night, stoked the fire until the place was warm, and even stacked some of the heavier firewood in front of the door before I went to bed. I didn't know why I felt so paranoid, but something had shifted. Felt like I wasn't alone out there anymore. At around 2 a.m., I woke up to the sound of metal hitting wood, a sharp clink, like a tool scraping the side of the cabin. I sat up and didn't move. My heart was hammering. The fire had burned down to glowing coals. The sound came again, metal tapping wood, slow and deliberate. This time it was at the front of the cabin. Then silence. I waited in the dark for a long time. I didn't even light the lantern. Eventually, I heard retreating footsteps, but they didn't rush off. They just faded slowly, like whoever it was walked calmly away. I stayed up until dawn, knife still in my hand, too afraid to move. When the light came, I checked the porch. On the wooden railing was a long scratch, about 3 feet wide, dug deep into the grain like someone had dragged a blade or a claw across it. That wasn't there before. I should have left then, packed up and gone back down the mountain. But I told myself I was being paranoid, maybe just imagining things. Maybe it had always been there and I just hadn't noticed. That afternoon, I hiked a bit further, trying to clear my head. About a mile in, I found something that made my stomach turn. It was an old campsite, long abandoned, maybe a year or two old at most. There was a collapsed tent, a rusted folding chair, some crushed beer cans, and the remains of a campfire. But what really got me was the sleeping bag. It was still unzipped, like someone had just stepped out of it. Next to it was a faded backpack, torn open like it had been slashed. I checked inside. Nothing useful, just wrappers and trash. I got back to the cabin well before dark, this time with the very clear decision that I was leaving in the morning. No more waiting. I didn't care if I lost the rental fee. Something wasn't right. That night, I barely slept. I lay in bed, eyes open, knife in hand. Just before dawn, I heard something on the roof. A single step, like someone placing their full weight down. Then silence. I waited until daylight, then grabbed my bags and started loading the Jeep. I went back in for one last check, and that's when I saw the back window. The one that had been ajar a few nights ago. It was open again, wide open, and inside the cabin, next to the fireplace, was a long black boot print. I got out of there. I didn't stop driving until I was 2 hours down the mountain, back near the small town where I got gas the first day. I found a motel, locked myself in, and stayed up all night just staring at the door. I told the woman at the front desk that I had cut my trip short because of bears. I didn't say anything else. A few weeks later, out of some twisted curiosity, I tried to find the listing for that cabin again. It was gone. The entire site was down, actually, like it had been taken offline or shut down by whoever ran it. But a few months later, I came across a small article in a local Idaho newspaper while randomly Googling cabins in that area. It mentioned a missing hiker, 39 years old, last seen near the same national forest. His truck had been found abandoned a few miles from a fire trail. They never found his body. I don't know what happened to that guy. I don't know who or what was walking around my cabin those nights. I don't know who camped in that old abandoned site. But I've never gone back to the woods since. And I never will. I've stayed in cities, hotels, places with cameras and neighbors and locks that work. That trip changed something in me. Broke the way I used to feel about isolation and quiet. Because now, when things get too quiet, I don't feel peace. I feel watched. I feel remembered. Like someone out there knows I got away. And maybe next time, they won't let me. It had been a long day of driving. The sun was sinking low behind the mountains as I drove down the winding country road. The tires of my car hummed on the asphalt, the only sound breaking the otherwise still air. I had been craving this getaway for months. Just me in the cabin I'd rented, far away from the distractions of work, phone calls, and the demands of everyday life. I was heading to a small cabin in the middle of nowhere, about 3 hours from any major city. The owner had told me it was a peaceful spot, perfect for a solo retreat. I could almost picture it. A little wooden cabin tucked away in the trees, nestled near a quiet lake. I'd been planning this trip for weeks. I needed the solitude, the quiet. When I turned onto the gravel road leading up to the cabin, the last rays of daylight were fading, and I could feel a slight unease crawl over me. Maybe it was because the place felt so isolated, or maybe it was just my imagination. But the further I drove, the more the feeling grew. The forest around me was dense, with tall trees leaning over the narrow road. They seemed to block out the fading light, casting long, dark shadows across the path. It wasn't until I rounded the last bend that I finally saw it. My cabin. It looked just like the pictures. A small, rustic structure, surrounded by towering pine trees and a thick thicket of brush. The cabin had a porch with rocking chairs that creaked in the wind, and a set of large windows on the front that looked out over the lake. The lake itself was dark and still, reflecting the trees and sky in eerie, perfect symmetry. I parked my car near the cabin and grabbed my bags. The air was cool, with a slight crispness that hinted at the autumn months coming. The sky was clear, with stars already starting to peek through the darkening sky. As I walked up to the front door, the quiet was almost oppressive. There was no wind, no rustling leaves, no animal sounds, nothing. Just the creak of the wooden floorboards beneath my feet. The cabin was just as charming on the inside as it had been on the outside. There was a stone fireplace on the far wall, a worn leather couch in front of it, and an old wooden dining table with mismatched chairs. The kitchen was simple but functional. I unpacked my things and settled into the cabin, making myself comfortable for what I thought would be a relaxing evening. As night fell, I lit a fire in the hearth and sat in front of it, listening to the crackle of the logs burning. I tried to shake off the weird feeling I couldn't quite explain. There was something unsettling about the silence around me. It wasn't like the peaceful quiet I was used to when camping. It was oppressive, suffocating almost, as though the forest itself was holding its breath. I shrugged it off, figuring it was just the isolation. It was probably nothing. I ate a simple dinner, nothing fancy, just some canned soup and bread, and then sat back down by the fire, watching the flames dance. I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. Every now and then, I'd glance toward the windows, half expecting to see someone standing there, staring back at me. Of course, no one was there, but that didn't stop the creeping sensation in the back of my mind. Eventually, I decided to head to bed. The cabin's bedroom was cozy, with a large, soft bed covered in a thick quilt. I pulled the covers up and settled in, staring at the wooden beams above me. The silence seemed even louder here, somehow. It was as if the walls themselves were pressing in on me. My mind raced with thoughts of the forest outside, the lake, the long stretches of road that led here. And that's when I heard it. A noise, faint at first, a rustling, like someone walking through the woods outside. My heart rate picked up as I sat up in bed, straining my ears. The sound came again. Definitely footsteps, slow and deliberate, crunching through the dry leaves and twigs. They were close, just outside the cabin. I grabbed the flashlight beside my bed and flicked it on. The beam cut through the darkness, casting long shadows across the room. I stood up, heart pounding in my chest, and walked to the window. I peered out but saw nothing, just the darkness of the trees. I told myself I was being paranoid. It was probably just an animal, maybe a deer or something else wandering around the woods. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. I lay back down, but sleep didn't come easily. Minutes felt like hours as I lay there, staring at the ceiling. The wind had picked up, howling through the trees outside, but I could still hear that faint rustling sound. It was as though something was moving around the cabin, circling it. I clenched the flashlight in my hand, my knuckles white. The feeling of being watched grew stronger. I could almost feel someone's eyes on me, like a presence just outside the window, waiting for me to do something. I couldn't explain it, but it was overwhelming. My breath came faster, and I sat up again, this time more cautiously. I didn't dare look outside. What if someone was out there watching me? What if they had been there the whole time? I had to know. I threw on my jacket, grabbed the flashlight, and slowly opened the front door, stepping out onto the porch. The air was thick, and the darkness felt heavier now that I was outside. The beam of my flashlight cut through the night, scanning the trees and the ground. There was nothing. The only sound was the rustling of leaves in the trees above me. I took a deep breath, trying to calm myself. There was no one out here. I was just letting my imagination get the best of me. But as I turned to head back inside, I froze. At the far edge of the yard, near the trees, I saw movement, something shifting in the shadows. My heart jumped into my throat. I couldn't tell what it was, but it was large, and it was moving closer. I stepped backward, my hand trembling as I held the flashlight. The beam of light flickered, making the shadows seem to twist and dance. I started to feel dizzy, my breath coming in short bursts as panic set in. I rushed back into the cabin, slamming the door behind me. I locked it and backed away from the door, my heart racing. I needed to call someone, but I didn't have a signal out here. No cell service, nothing. I was alone. I spent the rest of the night in the cabin, unable to sleep, constantly watching the windows and the door. I wasn't sure if I was just letting my nerves get the best of me or if there was really something out there. The footsteps never came again, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. The next morning, I woke to the sound of birds chirping, and the sun was finally up. The world outside looked peaceful, the same as it always did in the morning. I couldn't explain what had happened during the night, but everything seemed calm again. I told myself I was being ridiculous, that it was all just my imagination. I spent the rest of the day exploring the area. The forest was beautiful, the kind of place where you could lose yourself in nature for hours without a care. But even as I wandered, I kept looking over my shoulder, half expecting to see someone or something lurking behind the trees. By evening, I was exhausted and ready to head back to the cabin. But as I walked back toward it, I stopped dead in my tracks. There were fresh footprints in the dirt near the door. Large, heavy prints, someone had been there. The panic hit me all over again. I was no longer alone, I realized. Whatever had been out there during the night was real. I didn't stick around to find out. I grabbed my things, locked up the cabin, and left. I didn't care if it meant losing the money I'd paid for the rental. I just needed to leave. Driving away, I kept checking the rearview mirror. I kept expecting to see someone following me, lurking in the distance. But there was nothing. I didn't stop until I hit the nearest town. I checked into a hotel, and when I looked out the window, I saw the bright lights and the busy streets of civilization. I was safe, or so I thought, but I couldn't shake the feeling. The silence of the woods, the strange noises, the footprints. I couldn't explain it, but I knew one thing for sure. I wasn't going back. The cabin, the woods, and whatever was out there, it was best left behind. I was done. And for the first time in my life, I understood why people said some places should be left alone. I never really believed in superstitions, not at least until the day I spent that long weekend in the cabin. It was an old, weathered place that my friend Ben had rented. He'd been talking about it for weeks. This cabin hidden up in the mountains just outside of town. A place to disconnect, he said. A place to clear your head, get away from the noise of daily life. To be honest, I didn't mind the idea of some peace and quiet for a few days. The cabin was located in the woods of northern Michigan. About 3 hours from the nearest city, it was far enough to feel like an escape. It was late fall, just as the leaves were turning from green to fiery orange and yellow. The air had a crisp bite to it that made you want to pull your jacket tight around your chest. Ben and I both needed a break from the grind. He'd been pushing through a tough work project, and I was dealing with some personal stuff. The idea of being in the middle of nowhere felt like the perfect remedy. We weren't planning on hiking or anything extreme. We were just going to spend the weekend drinking beer, relaxing, and maybe do some fishing if we felt up to it. When we arrived, the cabin looked exactly how I imagined it. Simple, rustic, and slightly run down. It sat at the edge of a small clearing, surrounded by dense trees on all sides. The roof was a little sagging, and there was an old woodpile stacked against one of the walls. The front porch had a couple of old rocking chairs, and the whole place had that faint smell of pine mixed with aged wood. We unloaded our stuff and settled in. It wasn't luxurious, but it was perfect for a weekend getaway. The living room had an old stone fireplace, a small couch, and a coffee table covered in dust. The kitchen was equally basic, stainless steel appliances that had been there for years, and a dining table in the corner. The bathroom had a clawfoot tub, which I thought was odd for a cabin, but it gave the place a bit of character. The first night went by without incident. We spent our time cracking open beers, chatting about random things, and letting the quiet of the forest sink in. The moon was bright, casting long shadows across the clearing in front of the cabin. I didn't even feel the need to check my phone. It was like time slowed down out there, and I was grateful for it. But things started to feel off the second day. It was around noon when we decided to go outside for a bit of fresh air. Ben wanted to take a walk down a nearby trail he found in the cabin's guidebook. I was in no hurry, but I agreed, mostly to stretch my legs. The woods around the cabin were thick, the trees old and gnarled. The path was narrow, winding between tall pines and thick underbrush. There were patches of sunlight that broke through the canopy, but mostly it was dim and quiet, like the forest was holding its breath. As we walked further, I noticed the woods didn't feel as peaceful as they had the day before. The air felt heavier. It was like something was watching us, lurking just beyond the trees. At first, I thought it was just my imagination, but the deeper we went, the more I couldn't shake the feeling of being followed. Ben didn't seem to notice. He was too busy admiring the surroundings and talking about how great it was to get out of the city. I kept my eyes scanning the trees, half expecting to see something move in the distance, but when I looked, everything appeared still. After a while, we stopped at a small clearing. The sunlight broke through the trees, casting a golden glow on the ground. Ben leaned against a nearby tree, taking a swig from his water bottle. That's when I noticed it, the faint sound of something moving off in the distance. At first, I thought it was an animal, maybe a deer or a squirrel, but the sound was too rhythmic, like something deliberately walking through the woods. I stopped, trying to listen more closely. Ben caught my eye, but I didn't say anything. He was already back to talking, completely oblivious to what I was hearing. It wasn't until we decided to head back that I noticed it again. The sound was closer now, almost too close. "Ben," I said, my voice low, "do you hear that?" He paused, his expression turning curious. "What?" "Something's moving in the woods," I said. "I don't know. It's like someone's walking behind us." Ben scoffed, shaking his head. "Dude, you've been in the woods too long. Probably just a deer." But as we walked back toward the cabin, the sound followed us. There was something unsettling about it. The sound wasn't random like an animal's footsteps. It was too deliberate, almost like someone was tracking us. I couldn't shake the feeling that someone was out there. Not someone we knew, someone we didn't want to know. When we got back to the cabin, I felt a sense of relief, like I could finally breathe again. Ben seemed unfazed, but I couldn't let go of the unease. I didn't want to say anything to him because I didn't want to sound paranoid. So we just carried on with the day, making lunch and talking about whatever came to mind. But that night, things took a turn. Around midnight, I woke up to the sound of something outside. I couldn't tell if it was the wind or something else, but it sounded like footsteps again. Not the light padding of an animal, but the crunch of boots on dry leaves, deliberate and steady. I lay in bed, listening intently. The sound was getting closer, moving around the cabin. My heart started to race. I reached for my phone, but the battery was dead. Ben was asleep in the other room, completely unaware. I considered getting up to check the windows, but something stopped me. The last thing I wanted was to confront whatever was out there. Instead, I lay in bed, my body stiff, praying that the sound would stop. Didn't. Kept going for what felt like hours. Slowly, the steps moved around the back of the cabin, then around the front again. It was like whatever it was circling the house, watching. I finally drifted back to sleep in a haze, unsure if I had imagined the whole thing or not. The next day, I was on edge. Ben, of course, didn't notice anything out of the ordinary. We decided to pack up and head home earlier than planned. The woods were beginning to feel too strange, and I didn't want to stay another night. As we loaded the car, I couldn't help but glance over my shoulder at the cabin. The whole place just felt wrong, like it was hiding something. I never went back to that cabin. A few weeks later, I did some digging. The area where the cabin stood had a history I hadn't been aware of. There were reports of strange disappearances from the early 1900s, unexplained noises in the woods, and odd sightings of people walking in circles. Some even said they'd seen people out there, but when they tried to approach, the people vanished into thin air. I guess I'm not surprised anymore, but I still don't have an explanation for what happened. I don't know if it was something in the woods that was alive or just the strange isolation of the place playing tricks on my mind. Either way, I'm glad to be back to the real world. I haven't been back in the woods since, and I don't plan on it. It was supposed to be a weekend getaway, just a couple of days in a secluded cabin, away from everything. No work, no obligations, just the woods, a quiet place, and time to breathe. I had been craving that kind of break for months. So, when I found this small cabin deep in the mountains of Colorado, I booked it without a second thought. The cabin was surrounded by dense forest, and the closest neighbor was miles away. Perfect. I was in my late 20s, living a fairly normal life in a small town near Denver. Nothing out of the ordinary ever happened to me, and I liked it that way. I didn't believe in anything supernatural, not ghosts, not creatures of the night. But sometimes the ordinary can slip into the eerie, and that's what happened. The first day was perfect. The drive up was long, but the scenery was stunning. Rolling hills, rocky outcrops, and vast stretches of pine forests. I made it to the cabin by late afternoon, just as the sun was starting to dip behind the mountains. It was a modest place, with a stone fireplace in the living room and large windows that looked out over the valley below. The air was crisp and fresh, far cleaner than anything I was used to in the city. I unloaded my stuff, set up my things inside, and made a fire in the fireplace. There was no electricity, just gas lights and a generator for a few essentials, like the fridge. The silence was overwhelming. The only sounds were the occasional rustle of leaves and the crackling of the fire. I settled into a chair near the window, sipping my coffee, trying to fully unwind. Everything was perfect. I spent the first evening inside, reading a book by the fire. As night fell, the temperature dropped sharply, and I had to bundle up in an extra sweater. I was used to this kind of cold. It wasn't anything that couldn't be handled with a good jacket and a blanket. But the quiet, it was unnerving. No sounds of animals or distant cars, just the wind through the trees. I tried to focus on my book, but my mind kept drifting, and I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. I told myself it was just the isolation, the unfamiliarity of the place. But there was a sense that something wasn't quite right. I shrugged it off and went to bed early, hoping a good night's sleep would calm my nerves. That night, the sleep was anything but peaceful. I woke up in the middle of the night, drenched in sweat, heart pounding. It was pitch dark, and I could hear the faint hum of the generator in the distance. But there was something else, a sound, a scratching at the door. I froze, listening intently. It was subtle but there, like fingernails dragging against wood. I lay there in the dark, breathing shallowly. My thoughts raced, trying to explain it away. It was probably just a raccoon or a deer. But then the sound came again, this time louder. It was unmistakable. Someone or something was at the door. My mind spun with panic. I tried to steady my breathing, but the more I thought about it, the more the sound seemed to grow. I sat up in bed and listened, my heart hammering in my chest. Then, as if on cue, there was a sharp knock. A slow, deliberate knock at the door. I didn't move. I didn't even breathe. I stared at the dark space beyond my cabin door, my whole body frozen. I kept telling myself it was just my imagination running wild. But that didn't explain the knock. The minutes stretched on. The only sound now was the wind howling outside. I slowly reached for the flashlight beside my bed, careful not to make a sound. The beam of light trembled in my hand as I turned it toward the door. Nothing. I told myself I was being stupid, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't right. I spent the rest of the night wide awake, listening to the wind and trying to convince myself that I was overreacting. But when morning came, I knew I couldn't ignore what had happened. I didn't go out to check the door immediately. I figured it was best to wait until daylight. The sun broke over the horizon, bathing the cabin in pale light. The forest outside looked peaceful, serene even. But the events of the night had left a lingering unease in my chest. After breakfast, I finally worked up the nerve to go outside and inspect the door. I stood on the porch for a moment, taking in the crisp morning air. There were no signs of anyone being near the cabin. No footprints in the snow, no broken branches. But there, right in front of the door, was a scratch. A deep gouge, almost as if something had tried to claw its way inside. I bent down, running my fingers over the mark. It was fresh. I pulled my hand back, feeling a chill crawl up my spine. I had no explanation. The logical part of my brain told me it was probably some animal, but that didn't feel right. No animal I knew would scratch the door that precisely. No animal could have knocked. I spent the rest of the day trying to shake off the feeling. I went on a hike through the woods, trying to lose myself in the calm of nature. But the forest felt too quiet, too still. I couldn't stop thinking about the door, about the scratch, about the knock. The rest of the afternoon was uneventful. I returned to the cabin, made a simple dinner, and tried to relax. But that night, I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. The night passed slowly, the wind whipping against the cabin, the only sound in the stillness. I lay in bed, trying to convince myself that nothing was wrong, that I was just imagining things. But then, around midnight, I heard it again. The scratching. It was faint at first, but it grew louder, more urgent. My breath caught in my throat. There was no mistaking it this time. It was right outside the door. I lay there, frozen, unable to move. The sound stopped and then started again, this time more frantic. It was as if whatever was outside was trying to get in. I felt a surge of panic. I grabbed the flashlight and threw on my jacket. I wasn't going to just sit here and wait for whatever it was to break through. I slowly approached the door, my hands trembling. I didn't know what I was expecting to find, but I knew I had to check. When I reached the door, I hesitated, then yanked it open. Nothing. The porch was empty, the night air biting. I stepped outside, shining the flashlight in all directions, scanning the woods. There was nothing, no sign of movement. My heart pounded in my chest as I stared into the dark forest, feeling the weight of the silence pressing down on me. Then I heard it, a soft shuffle behind me. I spun around, my heart leaping into my throat, but again, nothing. The cabin sat quiet, the wind carrying the faint scent of pine and earth. I didn't know what to do. Should I leave? Was there something out here with me? My mind was running wild, but I knew I couldn't stay another night. I grabbed my things, packed up as quickly as I could, and drove out of the mountains at first light, not looking back. The drive back to Denver was long, but it gave me time to think. As I crossed into the more populated areas, I finally felt my body relax. I could still hear the sound of the wind howling through the trees in my head, but I was far away from the cabin now, and that was all that mattered. I never figured out what caused the scratches on the door, or what was knocking in the night. Maybe it was an animal, maybe it wasn't. I'll never know. But one thing's for sure, I haven't returned to that cabin, and I don't plan to. Some things are better left unexplained, and some places are better left untouched. It was late October in 2011 when I made the dumb decision to spend a few days alone in a cabin in northern Idaho. I was 34 back then, working in construction, and I had just finished a big job in Spokane. I was tired and burned out from the weeks of overtime, noise, traffic, and people. I wanted silence. I wanted to be somewhere where no one could bother me. So I booked a small off-grid cabin deep in the forest, just outside a town called Bonner's Ferry. It was one of those cabins people list online for cheap. No electricity, no running water, just a roof and a wood stove. I thought it sounded perfect. The drive up there was long and winding. The roads turned from pavement to gravel, then narrowed into dirt trails with overgrown brush scraping the sides of my old pickup. Cell service dropped out about 40 minutes before I even reached the cabin. That didn't bother me. I wanted to be cut off for a while. I didn't even bring my laptop, just a duffel bag of clothes, a cooler full of food, a sleeping bag, and a few books. When I finally reached the cabin, it was almost sunset. The last hour of the drive had been nothing but forest, miles of pine trees and steep rocky slopes. The cabin was about 30 yards off the road, tucked into a small clearing with a little fire pit out front. It looked old, like it hadn't been updated in decades, but it had a solid door, a good roof, and a small outhouse set about 20 feet behind it in the trees. I liked it immediately. There was nobody around for miles. Felt peaceful. The first night went by without anything unusual. I cooked some food on a propane stove I brought, lit some candles, and read for a while in my sleeping bag. The wood stove gave off enough heat to keep the place warm, and I fell asleep listening to the wind moving through the trees outside. The quiet was what I'd hoped for. No traffic, no city sounds, nothing but nature. But the second day is when I started to feel something wasn't right. I spent the morning walking a few trails near the cabin. Most of them weren't real trails, just old logging paths half covered by brush and fallen branches. I had a GPS watch with an offline map, so I knew how to get back, but I didn't go far, maybe a mile or so in each direction. Everything out there felt heavy, like the woods were pressing in on me. It wasn't just the silence. It was how the trees seemed thicker than normal, how the light barely made it through the canopy even at midday. I didn't see a single animal. No squirrels, no birds, not even any bugs. Just dead pine needles underfoot and dense, dark forest all around. When I got back to the cabin around noon, I noticed something strange. The door was unlocked. I always lock up when I leave out of habit, even way out there. But now it was just slightly ajar, like it hadn't caught the latch. I stood there for a long second before pushing it open. My cooler was still closed, my bag was still in the same place, nothing looked stolen. But still, something felt off. I brushed it off, thinking maybe I didn't shut it properly, but I still checked everything twice that evening. I even dragged a bench in front of the door before going to sleep. That night, I woke up to a sound, a soft crunching outside the cabin. It was slow. Crunch. Pause. Crunch. It sounded like someone walking over the pine needles out front. I held my breath and sat up. The cabin had no windows, just wooden shutters that I'd closed from the inside. Couldn't see out. I listened for several minutes, trying to hear if the sound was moving or staying still. It didn't come closer. It didn't go away either. Just one soft crunch every few seconds, like someone was slowly pacing just outside. I sat there in the dark for what felt like an hour. Eventually, the sound faded, but I couldn't sleep after that. I didn't have a weapon with me, just a small knife in my backpack. No gun. I hadn't thought I'd need one. The next morning, I stepped outside and looked around. I didn't see anything at first. No boot prints, no trash, no sign anyone had been there. But when I walked around the side of the cabin, I saw something that made my stomach drop. There was a small piece of folded paper wedged between two boards on the wall. I pulled it out. It was torn from a spiral notebook, folded twice. No name on it. I unfolded it slowly. There was one line written in smudged pencil. "You should leave." That was it. I just stood there for a while, reading it over and over. I scanned the woods, looking for any sign of someone watching me, but it was just trees in every direction. Thick and quiet. Too quiet. I packed up right then and there. I shoved everything back in the truck, started the engine, and backed out of the clearing. I didn't even put out the fire pit from the night before. I just wanted to be gone. The road felt narrower than before. Branches scraped the truck louder this time. I had to drive slow because the trail was full of dips and loose rock. It took almost an hour to get back to the main gravel road. But just when I thought I was safe, I realized I wasn't. About 10 minutes into that gravel road, I saw something strange up ahead. A fallen tree blocking the path. A big one. It looked like it had come down recently, maybe overnight. I stopped the truck and got out. The tree was too thick to move or drive around. I looked closer and saw clean axe marks on the trunk, right where it had been cut. Someone had dropped that tree on purpose. It wasn't storm damage. It was a trap. I got back in the truck and locked the doors. My heart was racing. There was no way around it. The forest on both sides was too steep. I couldn't drive through it. I didn't have a chainsaw either. I sat there for maybe 20 minutes, just thinking. I didn't want to go back to the cabin, but I didn't know what else to do. I had no phone service. I couldn't call for help. Eventually, I backed the truck up and drove back the way I came, looking for a side trail or old logging road that might lead out another way. I didn't find one. After another half hour of circling, I gave up and returned to the cabin. That evening, I made a fire inside the wood stove and sat in the corner with my knife in my hand. I didn't eat. I didn't sleep. I just sat and waited, listening for anything. The forest was dead silent all night. No wind, no sounds, not even footsteps this time. But that made it worse. At sunrise, I went back out to the blocked road, hoping maybe someone had moved the tree or help had come by. It was still there. I tried to climb over it and scout the road ahead, but after about 200 yards, the path turned and dropped off too steep to see what lay beyond. I didn't want to risk going too far on foot. I had a bad feeling that whoever left that note, whoever chopped that tree, might still be nearby watching. On the third night, I heard noises again. This time, it was from the back of the cabin. Small scraping sounds, like someone dragging something along the outer wall. Then a knock, just one. A single, soft knock on the back wall, like someone tapping their knuckles against the wood. I froze. I waited for another sound, but nothing came. After maybe 20 minutes, I lit a candle and moved quietly to the back door. I didn't open it. I just stood there, heart pounding, staring at the door like it might burst open. But it never did. At sunrise, I found a second note. This one was pinned to the back of the outhouse door with a small stick. "You were warned." That was all it said. I knew I had to get out somehow. I couldn't stay another night. I loaded up my bag with the bare minimum: water, some food, a flashlight, the knife, and started hiking. I followed the road past the fallen tree and kept going, hoping it would eventually lead to a town or another road with traffic. I walked for hours. The road twisted and climbed for miles. The sun was high by the time I finally heard something that made me stop. An engine, faint in the distance. I ran up the road and rounded a bend to see a green Forest Service truck parked near a gate. I waved and yelled until the guy inside saw me. He let me in the truck and gave me a radio to call for help. When the sheriff's deputy arrived, I told him everything about the notes, the tree, the sounds at night. He looked concerned but not surprised. He told me there had been reports in the area before. Isolated cabins getting messed with, people hearing things, seeing strange signs, getting spooked. But nobody had ever been hurt, not yet. They escorted me back to the cabin to get the truck. The tree had been cleared by then. Someone must have moved it early that morning. When I asked who, the deputy just shook his head. We didn't touch it. I never found out who left those notes or why they wanted me gone. I never found out if they were just trying to scare me or if they had worse intentions. All I know is that if I had stayed another night, something would have happened. I sold the truck a few months later. I couldn't stand driving it anymore, not after those forest roads. I stopped camping altogether, even with friends. I moved south, got a new job, and tried to forget it all. But sometimes, when I wake up in the middle of the night, I swear I can still hear it. That slow, steady crunch of footsteps on pine needles just outside the wall, waiting. It was the middle of October when my friend Greg and I decided to take a break from everything. Life had been chaotic for both of us. I was 28, recently divorced, and struggling to find some semblance of peace. Greg was 30, an outdoorsman who always seemed to find solace in nature. We were both burnt out, and the idea of getting away to a secluded cabin in the middle of nowhere seemed like exactly what we needed. We rented a cabin near Lake Clearwater, a place we had both heard of but had never been to. It was tucked deep in the woods of the Appalachian Mountains, far from any town or city. The weather forecast said there would be a cold front moving in, and Greg and I were both eager to experience the crisp autumn air. The cabin was rustic, no Wi-Fi or cell service, just the sound of the wind through the trees and the occasional bird call. It sounded perfect. The drive was long, but the roads leading up to the cabin were beautiful. Fall was in full swing, with the trees turning shades of orange, yellow, and red. We arrived as the sun was setting, the last of the light casting long shadows across the land. The cabin was small but charming, built from dark wood with a stone chimney rising from the roof. The door creaked as we pushed it open, revealing a cozy interior. A wood-burning stove, a couple of armchairs, a small kitchen, and a single bedroom with a double bed. A porch wrapped around the front, overlooking the lake, which was only a few hundred yards away. The place looked like something out of an old cabin ad. We settled in quickly. There was something peaceful about the place. After unpacking, we spent the evening on the porch, drinking beers and watching the stars come out. The temperature dropped quickly as night fell, and we retreated inside to the warmth of the stove. We ate simple food, nothing fancy, and just talked about life, the things we'd been going through. Felt good to be away from everything, no distractions. The first night was uneventful, but the next morning, things started to feel a little off. When I woke up, Greg was already outside, chopping wood. It was still early, just after sunrise, and the chill of the morning air bit at my skin as I stepped outside to join him. The forest around the cabin was quiet, eerily so. I didn't hear the usual rustle of animals or the chirping of birds, It was almost like the woods were holding their breath. We spent the day hiking along the nearby trails. The air was fresh, and the leaves crunched beneath our boots as we walked. We talked about everything and nothing, just enjoying each other's company. But something about the place was starting to get under my skin. I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. Every so often, I would glance over my shoulder, half expecting to see someone or something standing just beyond the tree line. Greg, as always, seemed completely unfazed, but I couldn't help feeling like we were being followed. That evening, as we returned to the cabin, the feeling intensified. It was darker earlier than usual, and by the time we made it back, the sun had already dipped behind the mountains. The cold had settled in, and I was relieved to get back to the warmth of the cabin. Greg stoked the fire while I made dinner, but the unease still lingered. The house was quiet, the kind of quiet that you only get in the wilderness, where the absence of noise feels more like something's missing. As the night stretched on, I kept hearing small noises from outside. At first, I thought it was just the wind, but it wasn't like any wind I had ever heard. There was a distinct rustling, like something moving through the underbrush. I tried to ignore it, focusing on the fire, but my nerves were starting to fray. I didn't want to say anything to Greg. He seemed content, even a little too comfortable. But something about the quiet, the strange noises, it was all wrong. Around midnight, I couldn't stand it anymore. I grabbed my flashlight and went outside to check. The air was biting, and the ground beneath my boots was soft with fallen leaves. I scanned the area around the cabin, the beam of light bouncing off the trees, but there was nothing. No animals, no movement, just the cold, still woods. But the feeling of being watched didn't go away. I made my way around the cabin, checking the perimeter, but nothing seemed out of place. As I turned to head back inside, something caught my eye. Near the tree line, just beyond the reach of the flashlight, I thought I saw a figure. It was tall, standing still, just barely visible. I froze. My heart skipped a beat. It wasn't just the shape of a person. It was the way it stood, unmoving, like it didn't belong. I blinked, and when I looked again, it was gone. I rushed back inside, locking the door behind me. I told Greg about what I had seen, but he just shrugged it off. "You're probably just tired," he said, though there was a look in his eyes that suggested he wasn't entirely convinced either. He chalked it up to the shadows playing tricks in the dark. But I couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't right. The next day, the unease continued to build. Greg went out fishing at the lake while I stayed back at the cabin, trying to relax. But I couldn't. I kept looking out the windows, watching the tree line, convinced that someone was watching me. The feeling grew stronger as the day wore on. I checked the cabin again, making sure the doors and windows were locked, but there was nothing to explain why I felt so unsettled. I had no logical reason to be afraid. It was just a cabin in the woods. By evening, Greg returned, but something had changed. He was quiet, too quiet. He didn't even talk about the fish he'd caught, which was unusual for him. When I asked him if everything was okay, he just gave me a short answer, saying that the lake was quieter than usual. No fish, no animals, nothing. That night, as we sat by the fire, I heard it again, the soft rustling outside. It wasn't the wind. It was too deliberate, too controlled. This time, Greg heard it too. He got up and went outside, but when he came back, he looked different. His face was pale, his eyes wide, like he had seen something he couldn't explain. But he didn't say a word. He simply sat down and stared at the fire. I couldn't take it anymore. I had to know what was going on. I grabbed my flashlight and headed outside once more. I walked around the cabin, scanning the perimeter again, but this time I wasn't just looking for a shadow. I was looking for something, someone, anything that could explain what we were hearing. As I circled back toward the porch, I caught sight of something on the ground. Footprints. They were fresh, leading from the woods toward the cabin and stopping just short of the door. I froze. I walked over, shining the flashlight on them. They were deep, clear, and unmistakable. The prints weren't from any animal I recognized. They were too large, and the shape of them, no, this wasn't just some lost hiker or animal passing by. These were human footprints. I hurried back inside and locked the door. My mind raced, trying to come up with an explanation. I told Greg what I had found, but he didn't seem to care anymore. He just stared into the fire, his face hardening into something unreadable. I spent the night awake, my ears straining for any sound, waiting for something, anything, that would explain the strange occurrences. But nothing came. The night was silent. The next day, the sun rose bright and clear, the kind of morning that should have made everything seem okay. But I knew better now. We weren't alone in those woods. Someone or something had been out there watching us. We packed up quickly, not saying much to each other. The unease was unbearable. We didn't even stay for the last night we had planned. We left the cabin and the lake behind, the sounds of the forest fading into the distance. It wasn't the trip we had hoped for, but in a way it was the trip we needed. A reminder that some places are best left unexplored, some quiet too unsettling to ignore. By the time we reached the main road, I felt a weight lift off my chest. I glanced at Greg, but he didn't look any better. He was staring out the window, his mind clearly elsewhere. I didn't ask him what he'd seen, or if he'd heard the same sounds, or felt the same oppressive weight in the air. It didn't matter anymore. We were safe, and that was enough. We didn't talk about it much after we left the cabin, but I think we both understood that there are places in the world that have a way of unsettling you, of making you question what's real and what's not. The woods at Lake Clearwater weren't magical or haunted. They were just wrong. It was the fall of 2017 when I decided to go on a solo trip. I had been living in Denver for the past couple of years, working at a tech startup. The work was draining, and I felt like I needed a break. A chance to step away from the constant emails, calls, and the feeling of always being plugged into the world. I didn't want to go on some crowded vacation. No resorts, no hiking groups, no touristy spots. I wanted solitude, just peace and quiet, away from everything. After some research, I found an old cabin in the mountains near a place called Echo Lake, about 3 hours northwest of Denver. It was off the beaten path, isolated, tucked away in the woods with no neighbors for miles. I booked it for a long weekend, thinking it would be the perfect escape. The cabin was a bit run down, but that was part of its charm. It had an old-world feel, with wooden beams and thick, creaky floorboards. The place had no electricity, just a gas-powered stove, lanterns, and an old fireplace. A single small window overlooked the thick forest surrounding it, and beyond that, the steep mountain range. The lake itself wasn't far, only a short walk down a muddy trail. I arrived late in the afternoon, after a long, winding drive through narrow, rocky roads that slowly turned into gravel paths. The kind of place where cell service didn't exist, and the air felt a little thinner. As I pulled up to the cabin, the sun was just dipping behind the mountains. The trees surrounding the area were dark and dense, casting long shadows across the yard. The air smelled crisp, tinged with the scent of pine needles and wet soil. I got out of my car and took a deep breath, letting the quiet sink in. The only sounds were the rustling of leaves in the wind and the distant call of a bird. It felt like I had stepped into another world. A world where everything slowed down, where time didn't matter. The inside of the cabin was even more rustic than I had imagined. There was a small living room area with an old couch and a couple of mismatched chairs, a wood-burning stove in the corner, and a kitchen area with a tiny gas stove. The bathroom was nothing more than an outhouse out back, a stone's throw from the porch. It was simple, but I liked it. It was exactly what I needed. That evening, I set up the cabin for my stay. I lit the gas lantern, fed a few logs into the stove, and made myself a simple meal. I didn't feel nervous or scared. If anything, I felt relieved. There was no one here but me, and for the first time in a long time, that felt like a blessing. As the night went on, I ate, read a book, and listened to the wind outside. The hours passed slowly, and by the time I decided to go to bed, the cabin was wrapped in darkness, save for the flickering light from the lantern. I made my way upstairs to the loft, where the bed was, a large, comfortable mattress covered in an old quilt. I snuffed out the lantern, crawled under the heavy covers, and closed my eyes. I fell asleep quickly, lulled by the silence. The unexpected noise. It wasn't long before I woke up. I had no idea what time it was, but I was wide awake, suddenly alert. The air in the room felt colder, though I hadn't heard the stove click off. My mind raced, trying to make sense of the quiet. There was something off, something wrong. I lay perfectly still, listening. The wind outside had picked up, howling through the trees. I could hear the creaking of the cabin, the faint sounds of wood stretching with the temperature change. But then, there was something else. A noise, a scraping sound, like something was dragging across the ground. It was faint, but it was there, and it wasn't coming from the wind. I sat up, my heart beating faster now. My first thought was that it was an animal, maybe a bear or a raccoon, something trying to get inside. The windows were closed, but there was a small gap at the bottom of the door. If an animal was messing with it, that would explain the noise. I decided to wait and see if it happened again. The scraping continued for a few moments, and then silence. For a long, tense moment, nothing, just the wind. I couldn't shake the feeling that something was out there. I got up, grabbed the flashlight by the bed, and went down to the main floor, careful not to make any noise. My boots creaked on the stairs as I descended. The cabin was still and dark. The fire in the stove was down to glowing embers. I turned the flashlight on and began scanning the room. The noise had stopped, but I wasn't sure what to make of it. I went to the window and peered out, but there was nothing, just darkness and the occasional sway of trees in the wind. My nerves were getting the best of me. Maybe it was just an animal, or maybe the cabin was settling. But then, I noticed something strange. The door. It was slightly ajar. I was certain I had closed it when I came inside earlier. I felt a chill creep up my spine. I slowly walked over to it, my hand trembling as I reached for the handle. I pushed it open gently, scanning the night outside. Nothing. The woods were still, the moonlight casting long shadows on the ground. But the more I looked, the more I felt like something was watching me. The hair on the back of my neck stood up. I stood there for what felt like an eternity, the cold air biting at my skin. Then the noise came again, this time louder. It was coming from the back of the cabin. The noise was unmistakable. It sounded like something dragging along the ground. But it wasn't an animal. It was too deliberate, too rhythmic. I wasn't sure what to do. Should I investigate? Should I call for help? But the cabin was so isolated, no one would be able to get here in time. I didn't even have a phone signal. I grabbed the lantern and walked toward the back of the cabin, the beams of light cutting through the darkness. My pulse was racing now, my breathing shallow. I reached the door that led outside, but before I opened it, I stopped. I couldn't shake the feeling that someone, or something, was out there, just beyond the door, waiting. The scraping stopped. Just like that. Silence. I opened the door carefully, shining the lantern into the night. There was nothing, just the empty yard and the dark woods stretching beyond. But something felt off. I stood there for a moment, listening. Then, in the distance, I heard something. A crackling sound, like twigs breaking underfoot. Someone was out there. I slammed the door shut, locking it behind me. My mind was racing, my thoughts scattered. I didn't know who or what was out there, but I knew I wasn't staying another minute in that cabin. I quickly packed my things, clothes, flashlight, some food, and prepared to leave. But the more I thought about it, the more panicked I became. I couldn't just run blindly into the woods. I needed a plan. I took a deep breath, trying to calm my racing heart. It was getting colder, and the wind was picking up again, howling through the trees. I couldn't wait any longer. I grabbed my keys, turned off the lantern, and headed for the door. But then I froze. The scraping sound started again. Closer. I rushed to the car and jumped in, starting the engine without hesitation. I wasn't sure if I was being paranoid, but I wasn't going to risk it. Not after hearing those noises, not after everything that had happened. I sped down the gravel road, my headlights cutting through the night. Behind me, the darkness was endless. A safe ending. I made it back to the main road without incident. It felt like a weight had been lifted off my shoulders as I drove further away from the cabin. The fear that had gripped me began to fade, replaced by relief. By the time I reached the nearest town, I had calmed down. I stayed the night at a small motel, reflecting on the events of the evening. The next day, I returned to Denver, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I had narrowly avoided something I couldn't explain. I never went back to that cabin, but I learned something that night. Sometimes, even the most isolated, peaceful places can hold a sense of unease, a feeling that there's something lurking just beyond the edges of your awareness, something you can't always understand. And sometimes, it's best to trust that feeling and leave before it's too late. It was the summer of 2017 when I decided I needed a serious break from everything. I had just turned 34, and between the long shifts at the warehouse job and the quiet, creeping loneliness that came from living alone in a small Indiana town, I figured I'd take a full week off and get away. Not a beach or hotel getaway. I wanted space, quiet, and something close to nature. I didn't want to see anyone, hear traffic, or deal with my phone buzzing every few minutes. A cabin in the woods seemed perfect. I found the listing online. It was a small, single-story cabin sitting deep in a wooded stretch just outside of Fort Ashland, Kentucky. The listing said it was about 20 miles from the nearest town, backed up against several miles of forest that ran down into a valley. It had a well, solar power for light and outlets, and a wood stove. No internet, no cable, no neighbors. It sounded perfect. The photos showed a small deck, a single bedroom, a kitchen with basic appliances, and a tiny bathroom with a propane-powered water heater. There was also a small lake a half-mile downhill, and a fire pit behind the cabin. It was exactly what I needed. I packed up everything I thought I'd need: clothes, food, first aid, some tools, and a rifle just in case. I knew there were black bears in some parts of Kentucky, and I wasn't about to take chances. I also brought along my fishing gear, figuring I might try my luck at the lake. I left early that Sunday morning, taking the interstate as far as I could before the directions turned me onto rougher back roads. The final 10 miles were narrow gravel, winding up and down hills through thick woods that pressed in from both sides. The sun was high and bright when I finally pulled up in front of the cabin. The drive curved down into a little clearing maybe 50 yards wide, with the woods thick all around it. The cabin looked just like the pictures, except older. The wood siding was gray and weathered, and moss crept up from the base of the walls. The roof looked solid, though, and the place had a quiet, still feeling I liked. I unloaded everything into the cabin, got the power running, tested the stove, and set up my stuff. The first few hours were peaceful. I sat on the deck with a beer and just listened to the woods. That night, I made a small fire behind the cabin and sat there until the stars came out. It had been years since I'd seen stars that clearly. With no town lights around, the whole sky lit up. I fell asleep fast that night, the silence of the forest wrapping around the place like a blanket. The second day, I hiked down to the lake. The trail was rough but marked with little colored ribbons tied to trees. Someone had maintained it at some point, but it had definitely been a while. The lake was bigger than I expected, with dark, still water and a few fallen logs reaching out from the shore. I fished for a couple hours, caught one decent-sized bass, and hiked back up. I cooked it over the fire and felt like I was finally starting to unwind. That night, I thought I heard something in the woods. It was late, maybe around midnight. I was lying in bed with the windows open, listening to the breeze, when I heard what sounded like heavy footsteps outside. Not close, but out past the fire pit, maybe in the trees. It wasn't a deer. I've been around deer plenty, and they move fast and light. This was heavier, more deliberate. I sat up, listened, and it stopped. I figured it might be a bear or a wild hog, so I loaded the rifle and set it by the bed. I didn't sleep too well after that. By the third day, I was trying to convince myself I was just on edge. It happens when you're alone in the woods for a while. You start to hear things, imagine shapes in the trees, wonder if something's watching. I stuck close to the cabin that day. I cooked, cleaned, walked the trail a bit, and stayed alert. Nothing happened, but I kept catching myself looking over my shoulder. That night, it was worse. Just after dark, I heard something knock against the side of the cabin. Not hard, just a single thud. I jumped, turned off the light, and listened. Nothing else came. I waited by the window, staring into the trees, but I couldn't see anything. After a while, I turned the light back on and kept the rifle close. Every sound outside made me flinch. I was starting to regret coming. The fourth day, I found something strange. I went out back in the morning to get some firewood and saw that something had been digging around the edge of the fire pit. Not a small animal either. The dirt had been pushed out in big scoops, like someone had used their hands. I found a partial footprint, 2 barefoot, wide and deep. Too big for a kid, but not quite the size of a grown man. I looked around for more tracks, but there was only that one. The rest of the dirt had been smoothed out, like someone had gone out of their way to hide their path. I told myself it had to be a prank. Maybe some local kid messing around. Maybe the owner didn't really keep the place as private as he claimed. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that someone was watching me. I loaded more rounds into the rifle and kept it with me even during the day. That night, I stayed up. I turned off all the lights, sat near the window with the rifle across my lap, and waited. Around 1 in the morning, I heard it again. Footsteps. This time they were closer. I didn't move. I barely breathed. The steps circled the cabin slowly, stopping sometimes, starting again. At one point, they got close enough that I could hear the crunch of gravel just a few feet from the wall. I stared out into the dark, trying to spot movement, but I couldn't see anything. Then the footsteps stopped. I waited for what felt like an hour, heart pounding, finger on the trigger. Nothing. Finally, I heard them again, this time moving away, back into the woods. I didn't sleep. The 5th day, I decided to leave. I packed up everything I could quickly, stuffed my bags, and locked the cabin behind me. I didn't even stop to eat. I tossed everything in the back of the truck and tried to pull out. That's when I saw the trail. Something had blocked the road. About a quarter mile from the cabin, someone had dragged a fallen tree across the gravel. It hadn't been there before. It wasn't huge, but it was enough to stop my truck. I got out, looked around, and didn't see anyone. I didn't hear anything either, just the breeze and birds. I pulled the rifle and started clearing the tree. It took a good hour, sweat pouring down my back, eyes darting around the whole time. I kept expecting someone to step out from the trees. No one did. I finally got the truck through and didn't stop until I hit the main road. I didn't call the cops. I didn't even report it to the cabin owner. I didn't want to explain what happened, because even I couldn't be sure what I'd seen or heard. There was no proof, no photos, no damage beyond the tree. But something was out there. Someone maybe watching, waiting. I never went back. Since then, I haven't gone camping alone. I haven't rented any more cabins. I stick to busy parks, public trails, places with people. I don't talk about it much, but the experience changed how I see the woods. I used to think they were peaceful, quiet, even healing. Now, I know they're also the perfect place to disappear, and no one would ever know why. I don't care if it sounds paranoid. I trust my gut now more than ever. Something was out there, and I left just in time. If I hadn't, who knows what they were waiting for? I'm not going to be the one who finds out. I had always been the type to enjoy the quiet solitude of nature. That's why I decided to take a weekend getaway to a cabin in the woods. It was a small, secluded cabin about 2 hours outside of town, located in the foothills of the Smoky Mountains. The year was 2022, and I was 32 years old, looking for a break from the stresses of work. The stress from my 9-to-5 job had been piling up, and I needed time to breathe, think, and just get away from everything. I told myself that this was the perfect place for it. The cabin, nestled between towering trees and surrounded by thick forest, was simple but charming. The wood had that weathered look, and the air smelled fresh, like pine and damp earth. It wasn't much, just a single room with a bed, a wood stove, a table, and a few chairs. Outside, there was a small porch with an old rocking chair that creaked when you moved in it. I liked it. It was isolated, private, and perfect for what I needed. The cabin was owned by a family friend who had been kind enough to let me stay for the weekend at a cheap rate. The moment I arrived, I set my stuff down and felt a deep sense of relief. It was just me and the woods, nothing else. I decided to take a walk that afternoon to explore the area. There was a small trail that led into the forest, and I was curious about what I might find. The sun was beginning to set, casting long shadows through the trees, and the light filtered through the leaves in a way that felt almost magical. I told myself that I would be back before nightfall, as I didn't want to risk wandering too far from the cabin in unfamiliar terrain. The air grew colder as I walked, and the dense forest seemed to close in around me. It wasn't long before I realized I had wandered off the main trail. I stopped and looked around, trying to get my bearings. The trees were tall and thick, their branches heavy with leaves. Everything was quiet, too quiet. I turned back, retracing my steps, but the path didn't seem the same. The trees, though beautiful, seemed to be leaning in more than before. The way the light filtered through the branches had changed, as though it were becoming darker much faster than it should. I didn't like it. I started walking faster, but the more I walked, the more it felt like the woods were closing in on me. I couldn't remember how long I'd been walking or where the trail had gone. My heart rate quickened, and I could feel the anxiety building. Then it happened. I heard something, a sound. At first, I thought it was the wind, but it was too deliberate. Someone was moving through the trees. The sound was faint, but it was there. It wasn't a breeze. It wasn't the usual forest noises. The unmistakable sound of something brushing against branches reached my ears, too close for comfort. I froze in place, holding my breath. The air around me felt heavier, as if something in the woods was watching me, waiting for me to move. I stood still for what felt like an eternity, the sounds growing nearer. My body tensed, and I started to move quickly, the adrenaline kicking in. My feet stumbled over rocks and tree roots as I tried to get back to the cabin. Every few steps, I glanced over my shoulder, but the woods were still silent again. It didn't help. It only made the feeling worse. The unease was suffocating. Finally, after what seemed like hours, I saw the cabin's silhouette through the trees. Relief washed over me. I pushed myself harder, my legs burning as I sprinted the last stretch of the trail, desperate to be back where it felt safe. I reached the porch, breathing heavily, and looked around, but there was nothing. No movement, no signs of anything in the woods. But I didn't feel safe. Not anymore. That night, as the darkness deepened, I sat inside the cabin, trying to convince myself that it had just been the wind or my imagination. But I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. I sat by the wood stove, its warmth a small comfort, trying to distract myself by reading a book. But my mind kept drifting back to the woods, to that strange sound, to the sensation that I was being watched. The silence around me felt too thick, too oppressive. The wind outside started picking up, making the trees creak and groan. The small house seemed to groan with it. I tried to push the fear from my mind, but it wouldn't leave. My eyes kept darting to the windows, scanning the shadows beyond them, as though I could see something moving in the night. It was then that I heard the knock. It was faint at first, just a soft tap. I froze, my heart racing. Another knock, louder this time. 3 taps, each one like a drumbeat in the quiet of the night. I moved cautiously to the window, peering out through the drawn curtains, but I saw nothing. The woods beyond were still silent as ever. My mind screamed at me to lock the door and ignore it, but my body moved on its own. I unlocked the door and stepped outside, the cool air hitting me like a slap. I stood on the porch, looking around. No one, not a single soul. The night was too quiet, too still. It was like the world had gone mute, and for a moment, I thought I had imagined the knocks. I stepped back inside and locked the door. The rest of the night was filled with that same uneasy silence. I tried to sleep, but every sound, every creak of the cabin, had me on edge. I didn't trust the dark. I didn't trust the woods anymore. Every time I closed my eyes, I felt like I could hear someone breathing just beyond the walls. The next morning, I forced myself to go outside. The sun was out, the birds were singing, and it looked like nothing had happened. But I couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't right. I went to the back of the cabin, where a small creek ran nearby, hoping the sound of the water would calm my nerves. As I walked along the edge of the creek, I noticed something strange in the water. It was a piece of cloth, wedged between the rocks, half submerged. I bent down to get a closer look and saw that it wasn't just cloth. It was a shirt, a dirty, torn shirt with mud caked on it. I backed away from the water, my stomach churning. The shirt didn't belong to me, and there was no one else here. I felt a cold sweat break out on my skin. I spent the rest of the day packing my things, convinced that I had overstayed my welcome in this cursed place. As I loaded my bags into the car, I looked one last time at the cabin. The woods were still and silent, as though they were waiting for me to leave. The peace of nature had always been something I cherished, but now it seemed suffocating, oppressive, and utterly wrong. I don't know who had been out there in the woods, or why they had been watching me. I don't know if I'll ever return to that cabin again, but I can't shake the feeling that someone, was waiting for me to make the wrong move. When I got home, I looked up the area. There were old stories about people going missing in the woods. Some were just rumors, others were more unsettling. But I didn't need to read about it to know that whatever had happened out there, whatever I had felt, was real. I won't forget the feeling of being watched, and I won't forget that shirt, the one that didn't belong to me, and I never went back to that cabin. I had always loved the idea of getting away from the noise of the city, the constant hum of traffic, the flashing lights, the people everywhere. It all started to get to me. So when I heard about a little cabin tucked away in the mountains, I knew it was exactly what I needed. It was an old place, built in the 70s, in a quiet spot outside a small town in northern Montana, far from the hustle and bustle of the world. The kind of place you could really unwind, let your mind settle, and maybe even catch a few deer or rabbits for dinner if you were lucky. At least that's what I thought when I made the booking. The cabin itself was exactly how I imagined. Simple, rustic, with a wood-burning stove and a few windows that looked out into the dense forest. It had been a while since I'd gone off into nature on my own. I used to camp when I was younger, but I hadn't had the time as I got older. Now, at 32, I figured I could manage a weekend on my own. No big deal. I arrived late on a Friday afternoon. The sun was just beginning to set, casting an orange glow across the forest, and the air felt cooler than I expected. The drive had been longer than I thought it would be. The dirt road to the cabin was rough, filled with bumps and dips, and the silence around me was unnerving. There wasn't a soul around for miles. My phone barely had any signal, and I turned it off to escape the pressure of work emails, calls, and texts. That was the point of the whole trip, after all. I parked the car outside the cabin, a small, single-story building made from logs that seemed worn but still sturdy. A thin layer of snow covered the ground, a remnant from the previous week's storm. The snow crunched underfoot as I grabbed my bag from the trunk. The place felt isolated, but that was part of the charm. I could hear nothing but the wind rustling through the trees and the occasional bird call. Opening the door, I was hit with the scent of wood and a faint mustiness that came with any cabin that hadn't been lived in for a while. The inside was even simpler than I expected, with a small kitchen area to the left, a table in the center, and a cozy-looking couch by the stove. There was a small bathroom off to the side, and a single bedroom with a bed that looked like it had seen its fair share of use. The place was exactly as advertised, nothing fancy, but it felt comfortable enough. I didn't expect luxury, I just wanted peace. After unpacking, I decided to take a walk around the property. The air was crisp, and the forest surrounding the cabin was dense, the trees towering over me like silent giants. I walked a bit deeper into the woods, enjoying the serenity, before deciding to head back before it got too dark. As I turned around to head back to the cabin, something caught my eye. A figure standing in the distance. A man, dressed in all dark clothing, standing perfectly still near the tree line. My heart skipped a beat. I blinked, and when I looked again, he was gone. I told myself it was nothing, just my mind playing tricks, maybe someone hiking through the area. It wasn't unusual to see other people out here, right? I shook off the unease and made my way back to the cabin. That night, after dinner, I sat in front of the stove, a book in hand, trying to enjoy the quiet. The fire crackled, casting flickering shadows on the walls. But the silence felt heavy, like it was pressing in on me. I kept looking up from my book, sensing something was off. Every so often, I thought I heard a noise, footsteps outside, the snap of a branch, the faint sound of movement in the trees. It was probably an animal. The woods were full of them, but something about it didn't feel natural. The way the silence would stretch after each noise, as if whatever was out there was waiting for me to notice it. I brushed it off, telling myself I was just being paranoid. But the feeling wouldn't go away. I decided to go to bed early, hoping that some rest would calm my nerves. The bed was surprisingly comfortable, and the warmth from the stove kept the room cozy. As I lay there in the darkness, I couldn't shake the feeling that someone was watching me. I could hear the wind outside, but then I heard something else. A soft scrape against the window, like a branch dragging across the glass. I sat up, staring into the darkness, listening. The wind had picked up, howling through the trees, but I couldn't be sure if the sound had been from the wind or something else. My heart raced as I stared out the window, but I saw nothing, just the dark, swirling shadows of the trees. I tried to convince myself it was just the wind. It had to be. I closed my eyes, forcing myself to sleep. Around 3 a.m., I woke up to a noise outside, soft, almost inaudible, but definitely there. It sounded like footsteps, slow and deliberate, moving around the cabin. My blood ran cold. I waited, holding my breath, listening. The footsteps continued, coming closer, then pausing, then moving again. I could feel the hairs on the back of my neck standing up. There was no way it was an animal. It was too deliberate. I grabbed the flashlight from the nightstand and quietly slipped out of bed, careful not to make a sound. I went to the window, trying to peer through the thick curtains. I saw nothing at first, but then I caught a glimpse of movement. A figure, no more than a shadow, was moving along the side of the cabin, just out of sight from the window. I held my breath, watching, my heart pounding in my chest. The figure stopped near the corner of the cabin. I couldn't see them clearly, but I could feel the presence. It was too still, too deliberate. Then, just as quickly as it had appeared, the figure moved again, heading toward the back of the cabin. I couldn't sit in that room any longer. I knew I needed to do something. I quietly went to the door, making sure not to make a sound. I unlocked it, cautiously opening it just a crack to listen. The figure was moving away from the cabin, heading back into the woods. I couldn't see where they went, but I could hear their footsteps crunching through the snow, slowly fading into the distance. I waited for what felt like an eternity before I ventured outside, shining the flashlight around. There was nothing, no sign of anyone. The snow had covered the ground again, and everything seemed still. It was as though the whole world had gone back to sleep. But the feeling of unease lingered. I locked the door behind me and returned to bed, but sleep didn't come easily. My mind raced and I kept listening for any sound, but nothing happened. The next morning, I woke up with a stiff neck and a dull headache. I had hardly slept a wink. As I made breakfast, I tried to push the strange events from my mind. I told myself it was probably just some random traveler or someone living nearby. There had to be a logical explanation. But deep down, I knew something wasn't right. I spent the rest of the day in a haze, not wanting to leave the cabin. I stayed inside, reading, occasionally peering out the windows, hoping to see some sign that I wasn't imagining everything. By late afternoon, I felt like I was losing my mind. The silence, the isolation, and the lingering fear were starting to take their toll. That night, as I sat in front of the fire, I noticed something I hadn't before. There were footprints in the snow leading up to the cabin. They weren't there when I first arrived. I hadn't seen them in the morning, and I hadn't heard anyone outside that day. The prints were fresh, only a few hours old. I grabbed the flashlight again and went outside to investigate. The footprints were too large to be from a deer, and they were too deliberate, too spaced out to be from any animal. They led around the cabin and stopped at the back. I followed them, heart racing, and when I reached the edge of the woods, I froze. There, in the snow, was a set of tools. A shovel, a pair of gloves, and a thick, black jacket. They were all buried beneath a layer of snow, as if someone had been trying to hide them. But why? Who would do that? I ran back to the cabin, locked the door, and spent the rest of the night with my back against the wall, unable to shake the fear that was now crawling up my spine. The silence had returned, but I didn't feel alone anymore. The next morning, I packed up my things and left. I didn't look back. As I drove down the long, winding road away from the cabin, I couldn't shake the feeling that someone had been watching me the whole time. I never went back to that cabin, and I never will. It was October of 2017 when I decided I needed a break from everything. I was 34, single, and living in Dayton, Ohio. I worked as a mechanic at a local garage, and for years I hadn't taken more than a weekend off. My body was tired, and my head was worse. I just wanted to get away from the city, from the sound of tools clanking and phones ringing, and be somewhere quiet, away from people. No texts, no emails, no schedules. I rented a cabin for a week out in rural West Virginia, in a wooded area a few miles outside a small town called Dry Fork. The listing said it was a small one-bedroom place with a fireplace, a wood stove, and solar power. No internet, barely any phone signal. That's what I wanted. Off-grid. I booked it without thinking too hard. It was about a 6-hour drive, give or take. The last 40 minutes were on winding mountain roads, with no shoulder and nothing but thick woods and steep hills. The sun was already dipping low by the time I got there. The cabin sat at the end of a narrow dirt road, barely wide enough for my truck, with tire ruts filled with water. Trees leaned in from both sides so thick they blocked out most of the light. I remember stopping halfway up the road because I wasn't even sure it kept going. But it did. When I finally reached the cabin, it looked like something out of an old camping guidebook. Simple log construction, green metal roof, small covered porch. There was a fire pit in the yard and a stack of chopped wood under a tarp. No other cabins nearby. No sounds but wind and leaves. I unloaded my things and locked up the truck. Inside, it smelled like pine and ash, not unpleasant. The kitchen was tiny but clean. There was a small table, a recliner, and a twin bed. No TV. There was a closet with some extra blankets and a few old books. I unpacked, made myself a simple dinner, and went to bed early. That first night, I slept hard. It was the best sleep I'd had in years. The next couple days passed slow. I went for hikes during the day, brought a small pack with snacks and water, followed some game trails. I found a stream not far downhill from the cabin, sat there one afternoon and just listened to the water move over rocks. I felt more relaxed than I had in a long time. But around the third night, something shifted. I woke up around 2 a.m. to a sound outside. I figured it was a deer or maybe a raccoon. The forest was full of animals. But it didn't sound like an animal. It sounded like something heavy, slow, walking through dry leaves. I stayed in bed, listening, heart thumping a little harder than it should have. The sound stopped after a while. I eventually fell back asleep. Next morning, I went out to the fire pit area. There were boot prints in the dirt. Not mine. I checked. Mine were more rounded at the toes. These were narrower and longer, like work boots or maybe hiking boots. They were fresher than the ones I made when I arrived. The tracks came in from the woods and circled the cabin. They stopped by the porch and then went back toward the trees. I stood there for a long time, not sure what to think. Could have been a hunter or someone who lived nearby, but I hadn't seen a single house or person for miles. The road to the cabin was so rough I couldn't imagine anyone bothering to walk in. That day, I stayed closer to the cabin. I chopped a little wood, made a fire in the pit, cooked some food, tried to shake the feeling, but I kept catching myself looking at the tree line. That night, I locked the door and wedged a chair under the knob. The windows didn't have locks, just shutters. I closed them all. It got cold, so I kept the stove going. Every sound outside made me stiffen. Wind in the trees, an owl, something shifting in the underbrush. Around midnight, I was dozing in the recliner when I heard the porch boards creak. Just once. Then again. Someone was out there. I turned off the lamp and sat completely still, ears straining. I heard slow, deliberate footsteps on the wooden porch. I wanted to look through the shutters, but I was scared whoever it was would see movement. I sat like that for what felt like an hour. Eventually the sounds stopped. No knock, no attempt at the door, just gone. Next morning, I stepped outside and looked around. More boot prints, some fresher than others. Same kind, still no tire marks on the road. Whoever it was, they were coming in on foot. I thought about leaving, but the cabin had no Wi-Fi, and the only cell service I had was up the hill near the road. Maybe a single bar if I stood still. I decided to pack early and leave the next morning. That day, I double-checked all my gear, made sure my truck was good to go, packed most of my stuff into the back seat and only left out what I'd need that night. I didn't sleep. I kept the lights off, sat near the window with a flashlight and a tire iron in hand, just waiting. It was after 1 a.m. when I saw movement outside. Through a narrow crack in the shutter, I saw someone standing just past the tree line. They weren't moving, just standing there. I couldn't make out a face, but I saw the shape. Tall, still, watching the cabin. Eventually, they moved, not toward the cabin, but around it, staying in the shadows. Then they disappeared behind the trees again. At first light, I threw everything into the truck and left. I didn't stop until I reached the main highway. I looked in the rearview mirror more times than I could count. I didn't tell anyone about it at first. I figured maybe I was being paranoid, but something felt off about the whole thing. Whoever that was, they didn't want to be seen. They didn't knock, didn't say anything. They just watched. Weeks later, I searched around online to see if there were any reports about squatters or weird activity near Dry Fork. I found a forum post from a hiker who had camped in the same area the summer before. He mentioned someone approaching his tent at night, just standing there for hours, leaving no sign but footprints. No theft, no damage, just watching. I never went back to that cabin. I haven't taken another trip like that since. These days, when I need a break, I stay closer to home. I still like being outdoors, but I stick to parks and places with other people nearby. That trip cured me of the idea that the middle of nowhere is peaceful. Sometimes, quiet isn't calming. Sometimes it just means no one can hear you if something goes wrong. It was October of 2017 when I decided to take a break from everything and spend a week alone in a remote cabin in northern Maine. I was 34 years old, recently divorced, and mentally drained from a long stretch of stressful work and personal life. I didn't want to go anywhere crowded or overly scenic. I wasn't looking for an adventure or a spiritual awakening. I just wanted to sit in silence and let my head clear. I found the cabin on an old listing site, someone's family property they were renting out for cheap. The pictures were low quality, but it looked clean and isolated, and that's all I really needed. The drive up from Connecticut was long and quiet. I didn't listen to music, just kept the window cracked and let the cold air keep me awake. The farther I got, the less traffic I saw. By the time I was an hour away from the cabin, I hadn't passed another car in at least 15 minutes. There was snow on the ground, not deep, but enough to make the landscape look cold and empty. Most of the trees were already bare. The road to the cabin was a gravel path that split off from a county road. I almost missed it. There was no sign, just a break in the trees and a green mailbox with the numbers faded halfway off. The cabin was about a mile down that gravel road, surrounded by thick woods. There were no neighbors. Once I parked and turned off the engine, the silence hit me hard. It wasn't peaceful at first. It was so quiet that it felt wrong, like something was missing. The cabin was small but solid. Wooden walls, a porch with a railing, and a chimney puffing faint smoke from the wood stove the owners said would already be burning when I arrived. I grabbed my 2 duffel bags, locked my car, and headed inside. The air smelled like old wood and ashes, but it was warm. The main room had a small kitchen area, a table, and a couch facing the wood stove. There was 1 bedroom and a bathroom with a compost toilet and a small shower. That was it. The first 2 days were uneventful. I chopped some extra firewood from the small pile outside, cooked simple meals, read old books, and slept a lot. I didn't have any phone signal, and there was no internet or television. It was boring, but that's what I wanted. The silence started to feel normal. I even stopped noticing how dark it got at night. I'd go to bed by 8 p.m. and wake up with the sunrise. But on the third day, things started to feel different. It started with noises in the woods. Not wildlife sounds, I'd already gotten used to those. These were different. I heard what sounded like heavy footsteps circling the cabin just before dawn. I stayed in bed, listening. They'd start and stop at weird intervals, crunching leaves, snapping twigs. When I finally got the nerve to look outside, there was nothing there. I chalked it up to my imagination. Later that morning, I noticed something odd. One of the pieces of firewood I'd stacked neatly was lying about 15 feet away from the pile, as if someone had picked it up and tossed it. There weren't any animal tracks around it, and the snow was undisturbed. I put it back and didn't think much of it until it happened again the next day. On the fourth night, I woke up suddenly around 2 a.m. My heart was racing. I hadn't heard anything, but something felt off. I laid still, straining to hear. Then, I heard the soft sound of wood creaking. Not from the stove, this was from the porch. It sounded like someone stepping on the wooden boards. Slowly. One step, then a pause. Another step. I didn't move. Couldn't. I waited until it stopped, then sat up slowly and looked out the window. The porch was empty. I grabbed the flashlight and scanned the woods. Nothing. I stood there for nearly 10 minutes, waiting to see movement, but everything was still. I finally went back to bed, but I barely slept. In the morning, I walked the perimeter of the cabin. I found footprints in the snow. Not boot prints, bare feet. Human, and they weren't mine. They circled the entire cabin, sometimes close, sometimes a few feet away. I followed them for a while, but they just wandered in wide, looping paths before disappearing deeper into the trees. I turned around and went back inside, locking the door behind me. That day, I seriously thought about leaving, but I kept telling myself it was nothing. Maybe someone was living in the woods. Maybe it was a prank. The cabin owner had warned me that there were occasionally hunters who passed through the area. Maybe one of them was messing around. It didn't feel right, but I didn't want to seem crazy. I decided to stay one more night. I moved the couch in front of the door and kept the fireplace tools nearby just in case. I stayed up as late as I could, reading by flashlight, drinking too much coffee, and listening. Around 1:30 a.m., I heard something hit the side of the cabin. Not loud, just a single thud, like a rock or stick. Then again. I turned off the light. I sat in the dark, breathing slow, listening to the sound of small things tapping against the cabin wall. I didn't hear footsteps this time, but something was definitely out there. I made it through the night without anything else happening. But the next morning, I went outside and found more footprints. Still barefoot, still human. And this time, I found what had been hitting the cabin. Pine cones. A small pile of them was stacked carefully on the windowsill, as if someone had placed them there one by one. I packed my bags. I didn't even cook breakfast. I loaded everything into the car, locked the cabin behind me, and drove back to the county road. I kept checking the rearview mirror the whole time. I didn't stop until I hit a small town about 45 miles away and found a diner with a cell signal. I texted the cabin owner, told him I left early, didn't go into detail. He didn't reply. I never told anyone the full story until now. I don't know what I heard or saw, but it was real. No ghosts, no monsters, just someone or something out there. Someone who didn't want me there. I still think about those footprints. How cold it must have been. How they kept circling night after night while I slept, or thought I was sleeping. I haven't been back to Maine since, and I don't think I ever will. It was late September when my friend, Sarah, and I decided to take a weekend trip out to a cabin in the middle of nowhere. Neither of us had ever done something like this before, but the idea of being alone in the woods with no distractions seemed appealing. We were both in our early 20s, craving a bit of solitude away from the noise of the city. We rented the cabin from a website that specialized in remote stays. The pictures showed a cozy log cabin nestled between trees, surrounded by the rugged landscape of a forested mountain range. It looked perfect. A quick getaway from everything, just a few days to relax and disconnect. The reviews were good too. People talked about peaceful mornings and quiet nights under the stars. I imagined we'd do some hiking, maybe some stargazing, and spend our nights playing cards by the fire. We drove up on Friday afternoon, the sun shining bright through the windshield. The drive was long, taking us about 5 hours through winding roads, with small towns and scattered farms along the way. We both took turns driving, chatting about everything and nothing, letting the miles pass by. The further we went, the emptier the roads became. There was hardly any traffic, and the landscape slowly shifted from farmland to thick forest. When we finally reached the cabin, it felt isolated in the best possible way. The road leading up to it was a narrow dirt path that seemed to disappear into the trees. We parked in front of the cabin, which looked even more charming than it did in the pictures. The wood was weathered, but the place had character. There was a small porch with a swing, and the scent of pine and fresh earth hung in the air. Sarah and I unloaded our bags, took a quick look around, and decided to explore the surrounding area before it got dark. The forest stretched endlessly in every direction, and we could hear the rustling of leaves and the occasional call of birds. It was beautiful, but it also felt a little off. The silence was deeper than I expected. There were no sounds of nearby towns or highways, no distant voices, just the sound of nature, and that was both peaceful and eerie at the same time. After a short walk, we returned to the cabin and started a fire in the stone fireplace. As the evening drew in, the temperature dropped quickly, and we retreated inside to warmth. Sarah made dinner while I arranged the living room with pillows and blankets, and we settled in for a quiet night of movies and snacks. The world outside seemed distant, and for the first time in a while I felt fully at ease. But that calm didn't last long. As we sat on the couch, I noticed something strange. A faint sound, like scratching, came from somewhere outside. At first, I thought it was just the wind or a branch brushing against the cabin. But then it came again, louder this time, as if something was moving around on the porch. I stood up and went to the window, but I didn't see anything. The night was dark, and the trees outside swayed gently, their leaves making a soft, shushing sound. I shrugged it off, telling myself it was probably just an animal, maybe a raccoon or something. But there was still a lingering feeling that something wasn't quite right. We continued with our evening, and by the time we were ready for bed, the scratching sounds had stopped. I had forgotten about it as I crawled into the small bed in the cabin's only bedroom. The room was cozy, with wooden beams across the ceiling and a thick quilt on the bed. Felt safe, tucked away in the woods, isolated from the world. But sleep wouldn't come easily. Every time I closed my eyes, I heard something, faint, like a whisper in the distance. It wasn't enough to fully wake me up, but it was enough to keep me from drifting into a deep sleep. I tried to ignore it, telling myself it was just the wind or my imagination playing tricks on me. Around 3 a.m., I woke up suddenly, wide-eyed and gasping for breath. I had a feeling that something was watching me. I couldn't explain it, but the weight of the silence around me felt suffocating. The air was still, the room was dark, and I felt the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. For a moment, I thought I heard the softest footstep, as if someone, or something, was just outside the window. I grabbed my phone, turning on the flashlight and shining it around the room. Nothing. The bed was still. The door was locked. The windows were shut tight, but the feeling didn't go away. I lay there for what felt like hours, tossing and turning, waiting for the morning light to bring some sense of relief. The forest was still. The cabin was still. But I wasn't still. My mind raced, thinking about the scratching noises from earlier. I told myself that it was nothing, just the normal sounds of a remote cabin in the woods. I had to get some sleep. At around 6 a.m., the sun began to rise, spilling soft light through the cracks in the curtains. I finally fell into a restless sleep, my body exhausted, but my mind too alert to relax completely. When I woke up again, Sarah was already up and making coffee in the small kitchen. I tried to shake off the weird feeling that lingered from the night before. It was just my nerves, that's all. but the peace I expected didn't return. Instead, I couldn't shake the sense of unease that had settled over me. We spent the day hiking through the woods. It was beautiful, of course. The sun broke through the trees, and the leaves were starting to turn shades of orange and yellow. But no matter how much I tried to enjoy the fresh air and the scenery, there was something gnawing at me. Something about the forest didn't feel right. There were no other people around, and the further we went, the more isolated we felt. It was like the woods were closing in on us. By the time we returned to the cabin, I couldn't ignore it anymore. The place was too quiet, too still, and the weird noises from the night before were starting to feel like they meant something. I wasn't sure what, but it felt like a warning. That night, we decided to sleep with the curtains drawn and the doors locked. I figured it was just my nerves playing tricks, but the feeling stayed with me. I could feel it in the air, thick and heavy. The wind outside started to pick up, and I could hear the trees creaking and groaning against the gusts. The silence was gone. The world outside had come alive in a way that made my skin crawl. Around midnight, the noises started again. Scratching, a light tap against the door, followed by a longer scrape, like claws on wood. It was too close. I froze, my heart pounding in my chest. Sarah had heard it too. She sat up in bed, eyes wide and searching the dark room, but I couldn't tell what she was looking at. I didn't want to check. I didn't want to open the door or look outside, but I knew I had to. Slowly, I got out of bed and crept to the window, my heart thumping in my ears. I peeked out, but the porch was empty. No one there. Nothing but the trees swaying in the wind. I turned back to Sarah, who was still staring at the door, her face pale. "Maybe it's just an animal," I whispered, trying to convince myself as much as her. But the doubt in my voice betrayed me. The scratching had been too deliberate, too intentional. We both stayed awake that night, staring into the darkness. The noises stopped, but the sense of dread lingered. We didn't know who, if anyone, was out there or if it was just our minds playing tricks. But one thing was clear, we weren't safe anymore. I wasn't sure if it was the isolation or the strange noises, but something had shifted. The peaceful retreat we had imagined had turned into something else entirely. The next morning, we packed up and left, not daring to stay another night. As we drove away, the trees closed in behind us, hiding the cabin from view. We didn't look back. Maybe it was just our nerves. Maybe we had imagined it all. But I couldn't shake the feeling that something was out there, watching us from the woods, something we would never understand. And as we left, I realized that we were leaving more than just a cabin behind. We were leaving a feeling, one that I would never forget. I was 37 the year it happened. It was late October 2018, and I had been feeling overwhelmed from work and life in general. I was divorced, no kids, and working long hours at a logistics company in Kansas City. I needed a break, something quiet and far away from phones, emails, and people. A friend of mine had a family-owned cabin in northern Arkansas, close to the Ozarks, and he'd always told me I could use it anytime. I finally took him up on it. The cabin was about 4 hours from the city, tucked back into a forested area near a small, almost forgotten town called Marble Falls. I packed up my truck with a cooler, some food, extra clothes, and a few books. I didn't bother bringing a laptop. I wanted to disconnect. The weather was cool but not cold yet, and the trees had turned every shade of orange and red. Felt like the right time to go. The drive down was uneventful, long stretches of rural highways and small towns. Cell reception got worse the deeper I drove into the hills. I had directions printed out just in case, and thankfully I needed them. The last half hour was a single-lane road winding through trees, with barely enough room for another car to pass if one happened to come by, which none did. The cabin sat in a clearing on a slope, a simple wood structure with a small porch and a metal roof. It looked like it hadn't been updated in years, but it had electricity, a propane stove, and running water from a well pump. There was no internet or TV. The closest neighbor, according to my friend, was about a mile down the hill. I arrived around 3 p.m., unpacked, and took some time walking the property. It was peaceful, surrounded by woods with a small creek running just beyond the tree line. I felt good for the first time in a while. That night, I lit a fire in the old cast iron stove inside and read until I got tired. There were a few creaks and groans from the place settling, but nothing out of the ordinary. I slept fine. The next day, I hiked around, following an old deer trail that looped around the creek and up a small ridge. I was gone for a few hours, and when I got back, the sun was already low. I heated up some kin soup, jotted down a few notes in a journal I brought, and planned to do more exploring the next day. But that third day, something felt different. I woke up with this weird feeling in my gut, like something was off. The cabin was just as I left it. Nothing disturbed. No animals in the cooler or signs of entry. I chalked it up to being alone in a quiet place after so long in the noise of the city. I went for another hike, this time heading in the opposite direction toward what looked like a small, overgrown logging road. The path felt less inviting. The trees were thicker, the air colder. I didn't go far before deciding to turn back. On my way back to the cabin, I thought I heard something behind me. Not an animal exactly, just a few crunches of dry leaves that didn't match my own steps. I stopped, turned, saw nothing. That night, I had trouble sleeping. Around 2 a.m., I thought I heard something outside, a steady crunch like someone walking slowly just beyond the porch. I sat up in bed and waited, holding my breath. I had brought a flashlight and a small handgun, mostly for safety in case of animals. I listened, but the sound never came closer. I told myself it was a deer or maybe a raccoon. The next morning, I walked around the cabin but didn't find anything. No prints, no trash disturbed, nothing. But the weird feeling in my stomach hadn't gone away. I started thinking maybe I should cut the trip short, but I didn't. I told myself I was being paranoid. Later that day, I decided to drive into town to get a few things. I needed some more water and batteries. The general store was old, dusty, and almost empty. The guy behind the counter looked at me like I didn't belong. I bought what I needed and left quickly. On the way back, I noticed something strange. About half a mile from the cabin, a tree limb had fallen partly across the road. It hadn't been there earlier. It wasn't huge, but it looked placed, like it didn't break naturally. I moved it aside and kept going. When I got back, I walked the area near the tree line. Again, nothing, but something kept tugging at me. That night, I didn't sleep much. I kept the gun next to me. Around midnight, I heard a tapping sound. Not loud, just a light, steady tap. It was coming from the side of the cabin, near the kitchen window. I crept over and peered out, shining the flashlight. There was nothing there. The tapping stopped as soon as the light hit the window. I stood there for a long time, just staring. Then I heard something behind the cabin. A quick shuffle, like someone stepping on dry leaves. I rushed to the back door and opened it, flashlight beam scanning the dark. Again, nothing. But the cold feeling in my stomach turned into something deeper, a kind of fear I hadn't felt since I was a kid. I barely slept that night. The next day, I packed everything. I didn't even eat breakfast. I threw everything into the truck and started driving. My gut kept screaming that something was wrong, and I finally listened. About 2 miles down the road, I saw something that made my blood run cold. A man standing on the edge of the woods, dressed in dark clothes, face partly covered by a hood. He wasn't walking, just standing there, half hidden by the trees, watching the road, watching me. I didn't stop. I didn't even slow down. I gripped the wheel and drove faster. My heart was pounding so hard I thought I might pass out. I kept looking in the mirror, but nothing followed. No car, no person. I made it back to the city by late afternoon. I parked the truck, went into my apartment, and locked the door. I sat there for hours trying to make sense of everything. It wasn't dramatic. No break-in, no violence, just a slow, creeping dread that built day by day. And that man in the woods. I called my friend a few days later and told him about the tree limb and the noises. He said no one lived near there except an old guy who used to trap animals, but he hadn't been around for years. The cabin hadn't had visitors in a long time. I never went back. I still think about it sometimes, not because of what happened, but because of what could have happened. It was the feeling of being watched, of not being alone out there, even though logic said I was. I don't camp alone anymore, and I never go anywhere I can't leave quickly, because sometimes it's not what you see, it's what's waiting just out of sight, behind the trees, that stays with you long after you've gone home. It was the fall of 2016 when I decided to take a break from work and clear my head for a while. I was 36 back then, working long hours as a mechanic in a small auto shop outside of Sioux Falls, South Dakota. My back was starting to hurt more than usual, and my hands were always sore. I wasn't sleeping great either. I figured a change of scenery might help me reset a little. One of my coworkers told me about this cabin he stayed at a couple years ago, way up north near the Minnesota border. Said it was quiet, no cell service, no neighbors, nothing but trees and a lake. That was all I needed to hear. I found the cabin listing online. It was old but solid, tucked back into the woods about 20 miles from the nearest town, a tiny place called Dawson. The cabin had been built in the 70s and still had most of its original furniture. The owners only rented it out in the off-season when their family wasn't using it. I booked it for 2 weeks in mid-October, right when the leaves would be peaking. The drive up took about 5 hours. The closer I got to the cabin, the narrower and bumpier the roads became. The last few miles were nothing more than a pair of ruts cutting through thick pine forest. My old truck rattled and creaked as I crawled along, dodging potholes and fallen branches. Felt like I was driving into another world. When I finally pulled up to the cabin, it looked exactly like the photos. A single-story wood-frame building with a steep metal roof, small front porch, and a chimney that looked like it hadn't seen smoke in years. The lake sat just beyond it, calm and flat, like a sheet of glass. There wasn't another building in sight. Inside, the place was simple. A small living room with a stone fireplace, a couch that smelled like mildew, a little kitchen with old wooden cabinets, and a bedroom off to the side with a double bed and thin mattress. There was a shed out back and a trail that ran down to a small dock by the lake. No TV, no internet, and barely any cell service. Perfect. The first few days were quiet. I spent most of my time chopping firewood, going for hikes through the woods, and fishing off the dock. I slept better than I had in months. The silence out there wasn't like the quiet in town. It was heavier, like the whole forest was holding its breath. At night, the only sound was the wind moving through the trees or the occasional owl. I started writing in a notebook just to keep track of the days. Around the fourth night, something odd happened. I woke up around 3 a.m., sweating even though it was cold. My heart was pounding for no reason. I couldn't remember any dreams, but I had this strong feeling that something had woken me up. I got out of bed, grabbed the flashlight, and looked around the cabin. Nothing out of place. I stepped outside and looked around. The moonlight lit up the trees and the lake. Everything was still. I told myself it was probably just a nightmare and went back to bed. But the next night I woke up again. Same time, same feeling. That time I heard something outside. A crunching noise, like someone stepping on dry leaves. I sat up in bed and held my breath, trying to listen. The sound came from behind the cabin, near the woods. I thought maybe it was a deer or some animal, but something about the rhythm of the steps felt off, too slow, too heavy. I didn't go outside that time. I just sat there in bed, holding the flashlight, waiting for the sound to stop. It went on for about 5 minutes, then faded away. The next morning, I walked around the cabin, looking for tracks. I found some crushed leaves and twigs, but nothing that told me what it was. I tried to brush it off. It's the woods, after all. Animals are everywhere. That afternoon, I went for a longer hike to clear my head. I followed an old trail I hadn't noticed before that wound deeper into the woods. It looked like it hadn't been used in years. After about an hour, I came across an old hunting blind up in a tree. The ladder was rusted and half broken. There were some empty beer cans and shell casings scattered below it, all sun-bleached and weathered. I didn't stay long. Something about that place felt wrong. I can't explain it. I just didn't want to be there. That night, the noise came back. This time, it was closer. I could hear what sounded like slow footsteps circling the cabin. They crunched through the leaves, paused, then moved again. I turned off all the lights and sat in the dark, heart racing, listening. At one point, it sounded like whatever it was had walked up onto the porch. I heard the wooden boards creak under weight. Then silence. I didn't move. I didn't breathe. I sat there in the dark for what felt like hours, gripping the flashlight like a weapon. Eventually, the noise went away. I stayed awake until dawn. I wanted to leave. I packed my bag and loaded the truck that morning. But when I turned the key, nothing happened. The battery was dead. I popped the hood and checked the cables, but everything looked fine. I tried jump-starting it with the emergency pack I brought, but it didn't work. I felt that panic start to build in my chest. I was stuck. I walked the quarter-mile down to where the dirt trail met the forest road to see if I could get a signal. Nothing. I tried again a few hours later, same thing. I figured I'd just have to wait until someone came by. But in 2 days, not a single car passed. The next few nights were the worst. The noises didn't stop. I started hearing them at different times, not just at night. Sometimes in the early morning, sometimes right before sunset. I tried boarding up the windows with furniture. I pushed the couch and chairs in front of the door. I slept with a hatchet next to the bed. On the 10th night, I woke up to a banging sound. Not loud, but steady, like someone knocking on the wall of the cabin from the outside. 3 knocks, then silence, then again, always 3. It moved around the walls like it was testing different sides. I stayed frozen in bed. I didn't have the courage to look out the window. The next morning, I checked around the outside. There were new marks on the wood, faint scrapes like something had dragged a stick or a knife across it. I found what looked like a footprint near the back wall, but it was smudged and shallow. I stopped going outside. I ate whatever canned food I had left and tried not to think too much. My firewood was running low. I had to start burning some of the smaller furniture to stay warm. The cabin started to feel like a prison. I was losing track of the days. I barely slept. Every sound felt like a threat. I kept trying the truck every morning, hoping something would change, but it never did. The weather started to turn. The wind picked up and the temperature dropped. Snow came early that year. One morning, I heard a sound I hadn't heard in almost 2 weeks. Car engine. I ran out of the cabin, waving my arms like a lunatic. A ranger in an old green pickup stopped and looked at me like I was insane. He asked if I was all right. I told him my truck had died and I'd been stuck. I didn't mention the footsteps or the knocking or the feeling that something had been watching me every night. He towed my truck back to town. Turns out the battery had been completely drained, but there was no reason for it. No lights left on, no shorts, nothing, just dead. I got a new one installed and drove home the next day. I never went back to that cabin. I didn't even leave a review on the rental site. I told people it was peaceful but a little too remote. That was all. To this day, I still don't know what was out there. Maybe it was just an animal. Maybe it was someone playing a sick joke. But I know what I heard. I know how it felt. That kind of fear doesn't come from nowhere. I haven't gone camping since. I sold my old gear, gave away my fishing rods, and haven't stepped foot into the woods again. I don't care how beautiful the trees look in the fall. Some places aren't meant for people, and I'm okay with never knowing exactly what was waiting outside that cabin. Because whatever it was, it didn't want me there. And I listened. I wasn't sure why I thought going to a cabin in the middle of nowhere would be a good idea. I mean, I'm not one to shy away from a quiet weekend in the woods, but this time, something felt off right from the start. Maybe it was the timing, late October, when the trees were starting to shed their leaves and the air was turning brisk. Or maybe it was because I hadn't really told anyone where I was going, not even my closest friends. But I needed some time alone to clear my head. I had rented a small cabin tucked away in the woods, about an hour and a half outside of town. The kind of cabin you only find on a small listing site, not something you'd stumble across easily. I'd spent the past few weeks overworking myself, and all I wanted was a few days of solitude. No phone service, no distractions, just me and the open air. It sounded perfect. especially since I hadn't been away in a while. The drive out there was uneventful at first, though the farther I went, the emptier the roads became. Just open fields and the occasional house miles apart. My car's tires kicked up dust as I wound through narrow gravel paths, watching the trees get denser and denser. The sun hung low in the sky, casting long shadows that seemed to stretch across the road like fingers trying to grab hold of something. Eventually, I turned off the main road onto a smaller dirt track. I could feel the weight of the silence as the wind rustled through the trees, and I was starting to regret not having planned this trip with someone else. There wasn't a soul in sight. The further I drove, the more isolated I felt. It's funny how quickly one starts to notice just how quiet the world can be when you're out there alone. The cabin finally came into view as the road curved. It wasn't much, just a small wooden structure with a wraparound porch, nestled deep among towering pines. There were no neighbors for miles, nothing but forest and sky. I parked and sat there for a moment, taking it all in. The air smelled of pine and earth, and for a second, I felt calm, even though I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. But I pushed the thought aside. It was just the isolation. I grabbed my bag and walked up the creaky wooden steps onto the porch. The door was already unlocked, which I thought was strange, but I didn't give it much thought. I stepped inside. The cabin had that classic, rustic feel. Exposed beams, wood paneling, and a stone fireplace. It wasn't fancy, but it felt cozy. A small kitchen area on the left, a living space in the middle, and a set of stairs leading up to a loft-style bedroom. Everything seemed fine, a little dusty, but nothing out of the ordinary. I tossed my bag on the couch and set about settling in. The first few hours were peaceful. I unpacked a bit, made some coffee, and sat in front of the fire, reading a book. But as the night crept in, things started to feel strange. The air grew colder, and the wind outside began to pick up. I could hear it whistling through the cracks in the walls, making the cabin groan in response. It wasn't anything unusual, but the more I listened, the more unsettling it became. It was around midnight when I first heard the sound. A low, distant thud. At first, I thought it was the wind or the trees shifting, but then it came again, louder this time. Thud, thud, thud. I stood up and moved to the window, trying to see through the darkness. But there was nothing, just the dense forest stretching endlessly in every direction. I felt my heartbeat quicken, but I told myself it was nothing to worry about. Maybe an animal, a deer or something bigger like a bear, moving through the woods. I sat back down, but the unease didn't leave. The thuds continued, almost rhythmic now, each one coming from a different direction, closer than before. I tried to distract myself with the book again, but my mind wouldn't let it go. That's when I heard the knocking. 3 sharp raps at the door. I froze, staring at the door. My heart pounded in my chest. Who could possibly be out here? There were no other cabins around, no other signs of life for miles. I wasn't expecting anyone. The knocking came again, more urgent this time. I got up slowly, walked to the door, and stood there for a moment, debating whether or not to open it. I didn't know what I was expecting, but I knew I didn't want to face whatever was outside. I wanted to stay safe in the cabin, locked away from whatever was lurking out there. But my curiosity, or maybe my fear of being alone, pushed me to unlock the door. I cracked it open just a few inches, enough to see what was out there. Nothing, just the dark forest, the trees swaying in the wind. I stepped outside, calling out softly, unsure of what I was even saying. But there was no response, just the rustling of leaves. I shut the door quickly, my heart racing. The thudding had stopped. I went back inside, locked the door, and sat down on the couch again. I tried to shake off the feeling that something was wrong, but the air was thick with tension. I glanced around the room, and that's when I noticed something odd. The window closest to the couch, the curtains were drawn, but they were slightly askew, like someone had peeked through them. I was sure I hadn't touched them. I walked over and adjusted the curtain, trying to look out, but it was too dark to see anything clearly. Just shadows dancing in the wind. I shook my head. Maybe it was my imagination running wild, but I couldn't ignore the fact that the window had definitely been moved. I settled back onto the couch and turned off the lights, trying to force myself to sleep. The cold crept in from every corner, but I was too unsettled to really rest. I pulled the blanket tight around me and closed my eyes, listening to the sounds of the forest. But then, just as I was about to drift off, I heard it again. A soft tap, then another, then a sharp rattle. The window. I jumped out of bed and rushed to it, pulling the curtain back once again. This time I saw something, a figure standing just outside the window, hidden partially by the trees. I couldn't make out any details, but it was tall, too tall. Its outline was blurry, distorted by the shadow of the trees. For a moment, I thought my mind was playing tricks on me. But then the figure moved, stepping closer to the window, its face becoming clearer in the dim light. I could see its eyes, wide and staring directly at me. I backed away quickly, my heart racing as the figure continued to stare. My breathing grew shallow as I tried to stay quiet, not sure if I should move or make any noise. The figure didn't move, just stood there, watching. Minutes passed, or maybe it was longer. I wasn't sure. My legs trembled beneath me as I stood frozen, staring back at the eyes in the darkness. Eventually, the figure turned, retreating into the shadows. But it didn't leave the area. I could still feel it out there, lurking in the woods. I didn't sleep at all that night. Every creak of the cabin, every gust of wind, made me jump. I was on edge, terrified that I was being watched. The hours dragged on, and eventually, the sky began to lighten, the first rays of morning creeping in. But the feeling of being watched never left. I spent the rest of the morning pacing around the cabin, trying to convince myself it was just my nerves. I checked the locks, made sure every window was secure, and decided to stay inside until I figured out what was going on. When midday came, I decided to take a walk, hoping the fresh air would clear my head. I grabbed my jacket and stepped outside, taking a deep breath of the cool morning air. The forest felt quiet again, but the unease lingered. As I wandered deeper into the woods, I stumbled upon something strange. A set of footprints in the dirt. They were fresh, deep impressions in the earth, too large to be made by a deer or any other animal. They were human. I felt my stomach drop. I wasn't alone in these woods. I followed the tracks for a while, my mind racing. They led deeper into the forest, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being followed. Every rustle in the leaves, every crack of a twig, made me stop dead in my tracks. But when I turned around, there was nothing there. I walked faster now, the sound of my footsteps echoing through the trees. I wasn't sure where I was headed, but I knew I had to get back to the cabin. The tracks seemed to loop back toward the cabin, and I picked up the pace. When I finally made it back, I was relieved to see that the cabin was still standing as I had left it. No one had entered, but I couldn't shake the feeling that someone was still out there, watching. I spent the rest of the day inside, locking myself in and keeping watch from the windows. When the sun finally dipped below the horizon, the forest grew silent again. No more footsteps, no more thudding or tapping. The night stretched on, but I didn't feel as afraid anymore. Whatever had been out there, it seemed to have gone. The next morning, I packed my things, ready to leave. I couldn't shake the feeling of dread that had settled in my chest. The isolation, the strange events, it was too much. I drove away, not looking back once. I never found out who or what had been out there. Maybe it was a person. Maybe it was something else. But one thing was certain. I would never go back to that cabin again. It was late October of 2018 when I decided to take a solo trip up to a small cabin in the hills of northern Georgia. I was 34 back then, and I'd been working nonstop for almost a year at a construction management firm. I was burned out and I needed a real break. A buddy of mine who lived in Atlanta had told me about this remote cabin that his cousin rented out occasionally. No neighbors for miles, no cell service, and no traffic. It sounded perfect. The cabin was tucked deep in the Chattahoochee National Forest, about a 3-hour drive from my apartment in Marietta. I packed up my truck with the basics: a cooler full of food, bottled water, some camping gear just in case, and a few books. I left on a Thursday morning, hoping to beat any weekend crowd even though I doubted anyone else would be around that far out. The drive was peaceful. Once I got off the main highways and onto the smaller roads, it felt like I was leaving the real world behind. The leaves had already started turning gold and red, and the air smelled like wood and dirt. I followed the directions carefully since GPS stopped working halfway there. The last few miles were rough gravel roads that climbed up a ridge, the kind that rattled your teeth and made you pray you didn't pop a tire. I found the place just past a sharp bend where the trees opened up to a small clearing. The cabin was smaller than I expected. It was old but solid, made of dark wood logs with a green tin roof. There was a wraparound porch with a couple of rocking chairs, and the forest pressed in close on all sides. A narrow trail ran down one side of the property and disappeared into the woods. I made a mental note to check that out later. Inside, it was basic but comfortable. One bedroom, a small kitchen, a living area with a wood-burning stove, and a bathroom that smelled faintly like mildew. There was no TV, no internet, and barely enough electricity to run a couple of lamps. That first night, I made some dinner on the gas stove, opened a beer, and sat out on the porch watching the sun go down. It got dark fast. I hadn't realized how used to city noise I'd gotten until I sat there in total silence except for the occasional owl or the wind moving through the trees. I slept okay that night, though I kept waking up. I guess I wasn't used to how quiet everything was. Every creak of the cabin made me think something was outside. Around 3 a.m., I heard what sounded like something stepping on dry leaves just beyond the window. I froze in bed and listened. Whatever it was moved off after a minute, and I convinced myself it was a deer or maybe a raccoon. The next morning, I decided to hike that trail I saw. I packed a small bag with water, a sandwich, and my pocket knife. The trail started narrow and winding but eventually opened into a path that clearly hadn't been used much. It went downhill for a while, crossed a shallow creek, and then climbed again. After about an hour, I found what looked like an old hunting blind up in a tree and a rusted metal drum down in the leaves. It felt eerie for some reason, like I wasn't supposed to be there. I didn't stay long. Back at the cabin, I chopped some firewood from the small stack out back and cooked a steak on the cast iron pan. As the sun dropped, the woods got darker than I expected, almost like the trees swallowed the light. I was out on the porch again when I noticed something strange. About 50 yards down the trail, right before it curved out of sight, I saw a shape. At first, I thought it was a deer, but it didn't move right. It was too still. I stood there squinting at it for maybe 10 minutes before it finally turned and walked back into the woods. 2 legs, not 4. That night, I had a hard time sleeping. I kept thinking about what I saw. Could have been a hiker, sure, but who the hell hikes out there at dusk with no flashlight? I heard noises again, too. Not just animals this time. It sounded like footsteps, slow ones, circling the cabin. They'd start on one side and stop, then I'd hear them again later on the other side. I laid in bed, clutching my knife, sweating, listening. Around 4 a.m., it finally stopped, and I must have dozed off. The next morning, I checked around the cabin. I found some marks in the dirt near the back corner. Could have been footprints, but it was hard to tell. The ground was covered in dead leaves and pine needles. I told myself I was being paranoid and that it could have been mine from the day before. I tried to brush it off and spent most of the day reading. But I couldn't relax. I kept looking out the windows, checking the tree line. At one point, I swore I saw someone standing in the woods again, way back between 2 trees. Just standing. I stared at that spot for a long time until I finally went out there. When I got to the trees, there was no one. Nothing. Just more woods. That evening, I decided to lock the door and keep my firewood inside. I even moved the couch in front of the door, which felt silly, but I did it anyway. I kept the lights off and sat on the floor with my back to the wall, listening. Around midnight, I heard it again. This time, it sounded like whoever or whatever it was walked right up onto the porch. The boards creaked one by one. Slow. Measured. I held my breath. No knocks, no attempts to open the door. Just footsteps, then silence. I didn't sleep at all. When the sun came up, I grabbed my bag and packed up everything. I planned to stay until Sunday, but I didn't care anymore. I was done. I wanted out of there. I loaded up the truck fast and got the hell out of that clearing without even eating breakfast. As I pulled down the gravel road, I glanced in the rearview mirror. For a split second, I thought I saw someone standing on the porch, but I didn't stop to look twice. Once I got far enough down the road and my phone started working again, I called my buddy and told him everything. He didn't say much, just that he'd talked to his cousin and that maybe I should stay somewhere else next time. I never went back. That whole area gives me a sick feeling now. I drove back to Marietta and didn't sleep for 2 nights. Every noise in my apartment made me jump. I started carrying a pocket knife everywhere. A few weeks later, I looked up the area near that cabin. I couldn't find anything specific, but I did read about a string of robberies that happened years ago. A group of guys would camp in remote spots, watch cabins, and then come in at night to rob people. They got caught eventually, but something about that made my skin crawl. What if there was still someone out there doing the same thing? Or someone just squatting out in the woods, watching people? Stuck with me. Still does. I haven't gone on a solo trip since. I still like being outdoors, but now I go with someone. And I pick places with actual security or other people nearby. That trip changed how I see being alone in the woods. It took something peaceful and made it feel dangerous. Like I wasn't just out there relaxing, I was being watched. And maybe, just maybe, I barely got out before something worse happened. It was early October of 2016 when I decided to rent a remote cabin in the hills of northern Vermont. I was 38 then, divorced for a couple of years, and honestly just needed a break from the constant hum of city life in Albany. I had a decent job working remotely as a technical writer, and since I didn't have any kids, I figured I could afford to disappear into the woods for a couple of weeks and clear my head. I'd always been drawn to nature, especially in the fall, and something about the solitude felt like the right medicine. The cabin I found was listed on a small rental site. Not Airbnb, this was more old school, with grainy pictures and a barely updated description. It was located near a small town called Bridgemont, which was pretty much just a general store, a diner, and a post office. The cabin sat about 6 miles outside of town, down a gravel road that twisted through thick trees and climbed gently up into the hills. The listing said it was originally a hunting cabin from the 1950s, later renovated just enough to have running water and a wood stove, but no central heat or internet. That part actually appealed to me. I packed up my SUV with enough supplies for 2 weeks. Canned food, rice, beans, bottled water, some tools, a lantern, plenty of firewood, and a small generator just in case. I also brought my dog, Hank, a 7-year-old black lab who'd been with me through the worst of the divorce. He wasn't much of a guard dog, but I figured having him around would help with the loneliness. The drive up took about 5 hours. By the time I reached Bridgemont, the sun was starting to dip behind the hills. I stopped at the diner to grab a quick meal and talked briefly with the waitress, who told me she'd heard of the cabin but hadn't been up that way in years. She didn't say anything weird, just that it was remote and the road could get messy if it rained. I thanked her and headed out. The gravel road to the cabin was narrow and rutted, with tall trees pressing in from both sides. I drove slowly, letting Hank stick his head out the window, and finally reached a small clearing with the cabin at the far end. It looked just like the pictures. Wooden exterior, steep metal roof, one small porch, and a stone chimney on one side. There was an old shed off to the right and a rusted-out pickup parked nearby that clearly hadn't run in years. The place was silent except for the occasional rustle of leaves. Inside, the cabin was cozy in a rough kind of way. One main room with a small kitchen, a table, a couple of chairs, and a couch facing the wood stove. The bedroom was just off to the left, with a lumpy mattress and a dresser that smelled faintly of mothballs. I unpacked, fed Hank, and got a fire going before it got too cold. That first night was quiet. I slept well, the kind of deep sleep you only get when you're far away from everything. The next few days passed uneventfully. I took long hikes with Hank during the day, wrote a little on my laptop using battery power, and spent the evenings cooking, reading, and drinking coffee by the fire. The silence was nice, thick and still, but after a while I started noticing little things that made me uneasy. The first thing was the shed. I peeked inside on the second day, thinking maybe there were tools or extra firewood. Instead, I found an odd mix of stuff: old hunting gear, cracked lanterns, a couple of rusted animal traps, and a stack of newspapers from 2004, all bundled and shoved against the back wall. Nothing really alarming, but something about the way it was all piled up didn't sit right. Like someone had just tossed everything in there one day and never came back. On the fourth night, it rained hard. I woke up around 2 in the morning to the sound of wind howling through the trees and rain pounding on the metal roof. Hank was restless, pacing around the room and growling quietly, which he almost never did. I got up and checked outside with a flashlight, but didn't see anything except rain and swaying branches. Still, I had a hard time falling back asleep. The next morning, I found tracks in the mud. Not animal tracks, these were clearly from boots. One set, coming from the direction of the woods and stopping just a few feet from the cabin's front porch. Then they turned around and went back. They hadn't been there the day before. I looked around, called out a few times just to be safe, but there was no one. The idea of a hiker passing through crossed my mind, but it was private land, and there were no marked trails nearby. I tried to shake it off, telling myself it was probably nothing, but that day I didn't wander far from the cabin. I stayed busy, chopping wood, organizing supplies, playing fetch with Hank, but my mind kept circling back to those footprints. That night, I locked the door and placed a chair against it for good measure. Over the next few days, more weird things started happening. I'd find small piles of rocks stacked neatly outside the cabin each morning. Once on the porch, once near the fire pit, and once directly in front of the shed. They weren't there the night before. I started keeping Hank inside at night, though he would sit near the door, ears perked, staring out like he was listening for something. Once, I heard what I thought was a whistle deep in the woods, a single high note carried by the wind. Could have been a bird, I told myself. Could have been nothing. On the 8th day, I hiked up the ridge behind the cabin, hoping to get a better view of the area and maybe spot another cabin or campsite that might explain the tracks. The climb was steep and slow, and Hank kept stopping to sniff the air. At the top, I found a small clearing with a partial view of the valley below. No other buildings, no roads, just trees stretching out in every direction. But there was something else. Off to the side, partly hidden by brush, was a pile of animal bones. Dozens of them. Some looked old, others more recent. All stripped clean. I felt sick. It wasn't a natural kill site. It was too organized, too clean. I didn't stay up there long. That night, I couldn't sleep. I kept hearing soft crunching sounds outside, like footsteps in the leaves. Once I thought I heard something brush against the side of the cabin. Hank stood at the window, staring out into the dark. I sat up in bed for hours, holding my flashlight, heart racing every time a branch creaked or something shifted outside. When morning finally came, I found another pile of rocks, this time with a dead bird on top. I decided I needed to leave early. I still had several days left on the rental, but I didn't care. Something wasn't right, and I wasn't going to wait around to find out what it was. I packed everything up that morning, loaded the SUV, and made sure everything was secured. But when I turned the key, nothing happened. The engine didn't even turn over. I tried again. Nothing. I checked under the hood, thinking maybe something had come loose, but everything looked fine. I'd had the car serviced just a week before the trip. I opened the gas tank. It was empty. I had filled it before arriving and hadn't driven it since. Someone had siphoned the fuel. That's when I felt real fear. I spent the rest of that day trying to get a signal on my phone. I climbed the ridge again, stood on top of the rocks, held the phone up. Nothing. No service, no bars. I thought about walking to town, but it was too late in the day, and I didn't want to be in the woods after dark. That night was the worst. I barely slept. Every time I closed my eyes, I imagined someone outside, watching, waiting. I kept the fire going and stayed in the main room with a flashlight and a hatchet beside me. Just before dawn, I heard something slam against the shed. It wasn't wind, it was deliberate. I waited until full light before going out, and when I did, I found the shed door swinging open. Inside, all the junk was gone. Just gone. Nothing left but the dirt floor. I stood there, staring into the emptiness, and I knew I had to get out. I grabbed my backpack, stuffed it with food, water, and the bare essentials. I leashed Hank and we started walking. I kept my hatchet in one hand and moved as fast as I could. The road back to town was 6 miles, maybe more depending on how it curved. I kept glancing back, half expecting to see someone following us. We made it to Bridgemont by mid-afternoon. My legs were shaking and Hank was limping slightly, but we made it. I went straight to the diner and asked for help. The local sheriff gave me a ride back up later that day. We found the SUV untouched but still out of gas. The shed was still empty. He didn't seem too surprised. Said there were stories about squatters in the hills, people who lived off-grid and didn't like strangers. He filed a report but said there wasn't much they could do. Told me it was good I got out when I did. I never went back for the rest of my things. The rental company tried to contact me, but I ignored them. I didn't want anything to do with that place. A few months later, I moved to a different city and started fresh. Every now and then, I still think about that cabin, about the rocks, the bones, the footprints, about how close I might have come to something I wasn't meant to see. I still go hiking sometimes, but I never go alone anymore, and I never stay anywhere without cell service. Some things just aren't worth the peace and quiet. I was 34 the year I decided to spend a few weeks alone in a cabin tucked away in the woods of northern Minnesota. It was mid-October 2017. The trees were blazing in deep reds and oranges, and the air carried that sharp, earthy smell that always reminded me of being a kid at camp. I'd been burned out from work. 12-hour days at a manufacturing firm in Milwaukee, too much screen time, not enough silence. I figured getting away from everything for a while would help me reset. I rented a cabin from a man I found through an old online classified site. He lived about an hour away from the property, but he assured me everything was stocked and ready. The cabin sat just off an old logging trail. No nearby neighbors, no cell phone reception. It had a small generator for basic electricity, a propane tank, and a hand pump for water out back. Rustic but functional. I packed a cooler with food, brought plenty of firewood, some books, and a few old sketch pads. I arrived around midday. The sun was low already, casting long, cold shadows. The cabin looked better than the photos. It was one story with a steep roof, mossy shingles, and a little covered porch. Inside was simple, wood paneling, a tiny kitchen area with a gas stove, one small bedroom, and a bathroom with a composting toilet. There was no shower, just a basin and a mirror hanging above it. There was also a small wood stove in the corner with a stack of kindling beside it. That first night was peaceful. I lit a fire, made some soup, and read by lamplight. I fell asleep early, listening to the wind slipping through the trees. For the first time in a long time, I felt like I could breathe. The days blurred together at first. I'd wake with the sun, pump water from the well, make coffee on the stove, and take long walks down the dirt road or through the brush. I didn't see anyone. No hikers, no hunters, nothing. I'd sit on the porch at dusk, watching the light fade from the treetops. Some nights I'd draw, others I'd just listen to the woods. The silence felt thick sometimes, like it pressed against your ears. But I liked it. About a week in, I started noticing odd little things. Nothing dramatic, just weird. I'd find a small stone on the porch that I was sure hadn't been there before. Once I saw a muddy boot print halfway up the stairs, just one, smeared like someone slipped. I chalked it up to animals or maybe my own forgetfulness. Then the noises started. At night, usually between 2 and 4 a.m., I'd wake up to sounds outside. At first, it was just branches snapping or something brushing against the side of the cabin. Squirrels, raccoons. But then I started hearing heavier steps. Slow, deliberate. Not the scatter of an animal. It sounded like boots on dirt. Once, something thumped the side of the cabin so hard that a book fell off my nightstand. The next morning, I checked all around the cabin. No tracks, no sign of anything. The trees were thick, but the undergrowth was patchy. I thought maybe I was imagining it. Maybe my mind was playing tricks on me. Then something happened that I couldn't explain away. One morning, I found the back door open, just wide enough to make me freeze. I knew I'd locked it. I locked it every night before bed, double-checking the bolt. The door wasn't damaged, and nothing inside looked disturbed. I stood there staring at it, the cold air drifting in, trying to figure out if there was any chance I could have left it open. But I knew I hadn't. That day, I stayed close to the cabin. I didn't hike. I barely ate. I kept thinking about someone creeping through the trees, watching. I considered leaving early, but I also didn't want to overreact. I told myself I'd stick it out a few more days. I'd paid for the full 2 weeks. That night, I barricaded the door with a chair. I wedged it under the handle, pushed the cooler in front of it too. I kept the fire low and stayed up reading, but I couldn't focus. My ears were tuned to every creak and groan the cabin made. Around 3 a.m., I heard something outside again. It was close, just on the other side of the wall. I held my breath. The footsteps stopped. Then I heard slow scraping, like something dragged across the wood siding. Not fast, a long, steady scrape. Then silence. I didn't sleep the rest of the night. When the sun came up, I walked the perimeter again. This time I saw something. Deep scratches along the wall near the back door. 5 gouges, maybe from a blade, or nails. They were spaced like fingers, too long and deliberate to be from an animal. That was it for me. I packed my things, threw everything in my car and got ready to go. Except the car wouldn't start. Clicked, tried to turn over, then nothing. Battery was fine, gas was fine, but it wouldn't catch. I tried 3 more times, waited a bit, then tried again. Nothing. I didn't know what else to do. I had no phone signal. The closest town was about 12 miles. I'd passed it on the way in, just a gas station, a diner, and a post office. I decided I'd walk. I loaded a backpack with snacks, water, a flashlight, and a knife I kept in the kitchen drawer. I locked up the cabin, even though I wasn't sure it mattered anymore, and started walking down the trail. It was colder than I expected. Cloudy too. I made good time at first. The road was packed dirt, a few potholes, some soft patches, but mostly easy walking. About 3 miles in, I got this strange feeling. Not panic exactly, just like something wasn't right. I kept glancing over my shoulder, hearing little snaps in the woods. Probably just deer, maybe a fox, but the feeling wouldn't go away. I walked faster. About 5 miles in, I heard it. Footsteps behind me, not close but steady. I stopped. They stopped. I turned around. Nothing. Trees. I waited. Silence. Then I walked again. The steps picked up too. I broke into a jog. I didn't stop until I hit the edge of town. I went straight into the gas station and used their phone to call a tow service. They couldn't get out there until the next morning, so I rented a cheap room above the diner and stayed the night. I didn't sleep, just stared out the window, half expecting to see someone standing across the street watching. The next morning, the tow truck guy drove me back to the cabin. He didn't say much, just kept looking out into the trees like he didn't want to be there. When we got to the cabin, he didn't get out of the truck. I offered to go inside and grab the last of my stuff. He said fine, but told me to be quick. Inside, everything was just how I left it, except one thing. On the kitchen table was a pile of stones, small, smooth river rocks, arranged in a perfect circle. I stared at it for a long time, didn't touch it, just grabbed my stuff and got the hell out. The truck started up fine. We drove in silence until we hit the main road. I didn't ask any questions. I didn't look back. I never found out who or what was out there. I didn't report anything. I just wanted to put it behind me. I sold all my camping gear. I haven't gone back into the woods since. Sometimes I still wake up at night thinking I hear that slow scrape along the wall. But then I remind myself I'm safe. I lock my doors. I check the windows. I tell myself it was probably just some messed up drifter, someone passing through. Maybe someone living off the grid who didn't want me there. That's what I believe. It has to be. It was the summer of 2017 when I decided to spend a week alone in a remote cabin in northern Maine. I was 33 back then, working a stressful office job in Boston, and I needed a real break from everything. No emails, no deadlines, no traffic. Just quiet, space, and solitude. A coworker of mine had a cousin who owned an old hunting cabin near Millinocket. He said it hadn't been used much in the last few years, but that it was fully stocked and perfect for a quiet week alone. I paid the guy a few $100, got the keys, and took the drive up there on a Saturday morning. The drive took about 5 hours. Most of it was on the highway, but the last leg of the journey was through winding back roads, narrow dirt lanes, and finally a rough gravel road that stretched deep into the woods. The cabin was tucked away by a small lake, with no neighbors in sight. I couldn't even get a cell signal. That was the idea, though, full isolation. The air smelled like pine and the ground felt soft beneath my boots as I stepped out of the car. The cabin itself was nothing fancy. It was small, one room, a kitchenette, and a bathroom with a compost toilet. No electricity except a small solar panel for lights and a gas tank for the stove. There was a rusty old wood-burning stove in the corner and shelves full of canned food, firewood, and old hunting gear. It was dusty, but it felt solid and warm. There was even an old rowboat tied up on the dock by the lake. That first day was peaceful. I unpacked, cleaned up a bit, took the rowboat out, and paddled around the lake. The water was calm and cool, and the sun stayed high well into the evening. I cooked some beans on the stove, read an old paperback I found on the shelf, and went to sleep early. I felt calm, really calm, more at peace than I'd been in a long time. The second day started just as quiet. I made some coffee, sat on the porch, and listened to the birds. There was no sign of anyone for miles. I didn't even hear planes overhead. Just wind through the trees, rustling leaves, and the occasional splash from fish jumping in the lake. It was the kind of stillness that starts to make you feel like the only person left on Earth. I went for a hike that day, found a rough trail behind the cabin that looped around through the woods. There were signs of old campsites, fire pits long gone cold, and tree markings faded with time. On the third night, I woke up in the middle of the night and realized I'd forgotten to latch the cabin door. It was slightly ajar, creaking with the breeze. I didn't think much of it. Probably the wind, I figured, but I got up and secured it anyway. I also noticed the rowboat was missing from the dock. That was strange. I didn't remember untying it, and the lake had been calm. I found it the next morning, floating about 30 feet from shore. I stripped down, swam out to get it, and tied it back properly. I told myself maybe I hadn't tied it as well as I thought. Still, it left a strange feeling in my chest, like I'd missed something obvious. I started hearing things on the fourth day. Snapping twigs in the woods, too loud and too frequent to be just animals. A few times, I thought I saw movement through the trees, shadows that shifted just as I looked. Once I thought I heard footsteps, but when I stepped off the porch to look, the woods were empty. It didn't feel peaceful anymore. It felt like something was watching me. That night, I locked everything. I kept the hatchet next to the bed and barely slept. I told myself it was paranoia. I was alone in the woods. Of course, I'd get jumpy. I wasn't used to this kind of quiet, this kind of darkness. But still, something felt off, like the woods were holding their breath. On the fifth day, I found footprints, bare footprints. They started a few yards from the cabin and led around to the back, near the window. They were long and narrow and deep in the mud, like someone had been standing there for a while. I checked the whole cabin, inside and out. Nothing was missing, nothing disturbed. But the idea that someone had come that close in the night, while I was sleeping, made my stomach twist. I decided to cut my trip short. I packed up that night, but it was too late to drive out safely. The gravel road was narrow and winding, not something I wanted to tackle in the dark. I figured I'd leave first thing in the morning. I kept the hatchet next to me again and stayed fully dressed, just in case. I barely slept, jumping at every sound. There were more footsteps outside that night. I could hear them, slow and steady, circling the cabin. Right before dawn, I heard the door handle jiggle. I didn't move. I held my breath and waited. It stopped after a few seconds, and everything went quiet. I stayed frozen for what felt like an hour until the sun started to rise. I threw my gear in the car and left. The road felt longer on the way back. I I kept checking the rearview mirror, expecting to see someone or something following me, but it was just trees and empty road. I didn't say anything to anyone for a while. When people asked how the trip went, I said it was fine, peaceful, exactly what I needed. But I've never gone back to that cabin. I never contacted the guy I rented it from again, and I never asked who might have been out there in the woods with me. A few months later, out of curiosity, I looked up any reports or stories from the area. Nothing about crime, no missing people. Just an old newspaper article from 2004 about a hiker who had vanished near Millinocket. They found his car by a trailhead but never found him. No evidence of an animal attack, no signs of foul play, just gone. I think about that trip a lot. Not just the fear, but the way everything changed so suddenly. How something as simple as a quiet lake and a dusty cabin could shift into something that felt hunted. I still take trips out into nature, but never alone, and never without checking locks twice. It wasn't the place itself that scared me. It was the realization that someone had been out there, watching, that they'd come close, that they hadn't done anything but easily could have, and that I would have had no way to stop them.